Good afternoon, Quadball fans, and welcome to this series between the Detroit Innovators, Cleveland Riff, and the Minneapolis Monarchs. I'm Matt. I'll be your commentator for today and tomorrow in this North Super Series. We're outside on a beautiful day here in Novi, Michigan, outside of Detroit. Our first game today, our first matchup, will be between Cleveland Riff and the home team, Detroit Innovators. So both of these teams are original members of MLQ, starting back in the inaugural season in 2015. They have met every season since, either in the regular season or in the North Divisional Championship when that was happening. All time, through all meetings, Cleveland has won 5, and Detroit has won 19. In fact, Detroit had a 15-game win streak until the end of last season when Cleveland took a game off Detroit in 3 very close games. It has been since 2016 that Cleveland won a series 2-1. Cleveland has never swept Detroit, where Detroit has done it 5 times between 2017 and 2022. Detroit's looking hot this season. They're currently second in the North Division, 4-2, just losing to Chicago and giving a strong showing against Toronto earlier this season. Cleveland coming in at 0-6. They're in last place in the division. They are not mathematically eliminated from going to the championship. However, it's going to be a tough road to get there. They are going to have to win quite a lot this weekend. Our head referee, Alexander, talking to his referees as they're getting ready. The teams are on either side chanting, and we'll get them to the line here shortly. And hey, while we're waiting to begin, how about you go ahead and hit the subscribe button, as well as the bell, to be notified every time that Major League Quadball goes live. Later on today, the series of the week, Washington at Boston in the East Division, and in the South, San Antonio at Austin. So be sure to tune in later today to catch those as well. Saw something on a play that you think that didn't see anything? I don't want to talk to you. As the lineups start to come onto the field, we'll get ourselves set up here in a moment. Let's go over some stats for these teams. For Cleveland, it's been a difficult season to be sure. Their control rate, beater control rate, has been low, very low, 21.8% of drives. That is almost 1 in 5 drives that they have control. Pretty difficult. That's going against Detroit, for comparison, with a control rate of 60%. Detroit has had a much stronger showing in the beater game this year thus far, and that's going to make a huge difference here. Now, of course, we can't talk about that without talking about the electric offense that Detroit has shown thus far, led by one of the top chasers in the league, top ball players rather, Leo Freed, recording to this point 23 goals, 15 assists, 24 stops, leading Detroit by quite a lot, and I think in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken, the league overall. The top scorer, I believe, Hayden Boys, with 40. On the Cleveland side of things, it has been a tough road so far, losing both series to Toronto and Chicago. Their lead scorer, Joe Lombardi, here today with 8 goals, followed by Adam Thompson with 6 and Dominic Twarowski with 5. All 3 of them are going to need to show up big today if Cleveland has any hope against either Detroit or Minneapolis. In the beater game, Detroit is led in stops by Ryan Sue, part of the U.S. National Team Development Academy. 14 stops, 86 drives played with a 1.5 average dodgeballs, plus minus of 5. Combined with David Banis, Ray Brodeur, Brooks Smiley have played the majority of the drives for Detroit, and they have been a fearsome attack and defense squadron for Detroit this season. For Cleveland, it has been a story of heartbreak in the beater game so far. Last-minute scratches of Aaron Oler and Claire Shuey mean that Cleveland is once again coming into the series short-staffed in the beater game, as they were at their home series against Chicago. They're happy, though, to get back Rob Beaton and Ray Barnes, who possess the best plus-minus by a long shot for Cleveland at -4. And it kind of says something to you right there that the best plus-minus for the beaters on Cleveland is in the negatives. Pete Brechting once again starting at beater for Cleveland, as well as Jen Connard. Both of them had to put up big minutes in the Chicago series a couple weeks ago, but luckily with Beaton and Barnes back, Jack Mosley can don the green at keeper rather than being in the beating line. Kind of I don't have a word or phrase for it, but what I call the Terrell Pryor problem. When you when you take your best receiver in football and put him in as the emergency quarterback, then your whole percentage of passes goes down. A similar thing happened there with Cleveland and Mosley. The stats can be found at MLQuadball.com. Thank you to the statistics team, oh boy, for taking all those great stats, because boy, I didn't. Rounding out our starting lineups here for Cleveland: Diviston, Brechting, Connard, Mosley, Thompson, and Gaffney. On the other side of things, Brodeur, Freed, Pratt, Freed again, Sowers, and, pardon me here, Spiridov.
Ball ref, you ready? Ball ref?
Our head referee today is Alex Amadal, and we are ready to get underway here for the North Super Series Game 1, Cleveland versus Detroit. Cleveland attacking left to right in the purple and gray kits. Detroit attacking right to left in the white and black with golden accents.
Detroit, are you ready? Gear up! Hammer down! Rooms down! Ready, moves up! Let's go!
And it looks like Detroit wins the ball, and Cleveland gets control. However, there's an advantage call because I think Thompson false started for Cleveland.
Cleveland, number 57, false start.
And indeed, that is a false start on Thompson, and you don't see a lot of those, but unfortunately it happens. So Thompson will take a trip to the box almost immediately, and that's a restart. So Cleveland and Detroit will be restarting the run-up sequence. So Detroit now a second chance at getting control after Cleveland managed to win it because of Thompson's slip-up.
You know what the saying is now? I know you kind of heard it before, just like the great part. Brooms down, ready. And on the B, it brooms up.
The field being restarted or reset here as the play will be restarted. I don't see a lot of this. This is kind of I'm not going to call it an obscure foul. It's pretty clear in the rules. It's just something that does not happen frequently. Amadal setting up the field. Same lineups, no substitution or anything like that. Now, once more with feeling.
You ready, Cleveland?
Ready!
Detroit.
Gear up!
Hammer down! Rooms down! Ready, moves up! Let's go!
And a second start up here is Detroit first to the ball. And Cleveland manages to get control again as Freed takes it center for Detroit. Freed gonna test the defense, guarded by Mosley. Now it's over to Sowers. Detroit's set up in kind of a wide box around as Cleveland holds control with Brechting and Connard. Back to Sowers. Inside back to Freed, palms it. Freed beat at the top of the key. And the beaters clean up there, and it's an early stop for Cleveland. Diveston on the recovery, and now Mosley bringing it up on the far side. And that was the power play, so time has run out as Mosley's pass to Gaffney is intercepted by Pratt, and now Detroit will have another shot at it. Sending it down the field to Freed. Freed backhands it no good on the medium hoop, and Cleveland recovers once more, and that is 2 stops in a row for Cleveland. Some substitutions now as Barnes comes in at beater for Cleveland. Mosley bringing up center, looking far side to Thompson. Cleveland with control. It's back to Mosley at the top of the key. Inside to Thompson. Thompson trying to get around Leo Freed. Wrapped up and loses the ball, and Freed takes it away. And hands it off to Ryder Freed. You're hearing Freed a lot these games. Cleveland's still maintaining control here. Pratt to Freed. To Sowers. Freed. Pratt. Pratt's going to do the run around. And a big beat in the back by Brechting creates the turnover as Gaffney recovers. And that'll be another stop for Cleveland. So a good defensive showing for Cleveland thus far, as Mosley brings it up on the near side here, and Cleveland maintains control. Mosley and Thompson up top as Brechting tries to create beater problems, and it'll be intercepted off a pass from Gaffney. Freed to... It was to the other Freed who got beat, and Cleveland in that break there manages to hold on to it.
Catch your breath. Catch your breath. Let's go, guys.
I paused there because I couldn't tell if Leo Freed had gotten beat, and it was just barely. And so Cleveland gets another chance at it here. Their defense is looking good, but the offense has not had a lot of action yet. Cleveland still with control. There have been some substitutions for Detroit as Thompson is up top. Passes to Mosley, gets it over to Hutchman in a chaser, and Hutchman getting chased down by Pratt. And it looks like Pratt touched it while going out of bounds, and so that will be an inbound for Cleveland, so Mosley will take it there. Pardon the obfuscation of the camera as Mosley will inbound it. Detroit playing a decently tight defense as Brechting trying to go in the middle, and Thompson's shot no good, bent around the hoop as Ryder Freed's going the other way. It's a fast break opportunity, and Freed scores one for Detroit. And that is the first goal of the game, 10-0, Detroit in the lead. Some substitutions now as Beaton comes in for Cleveland at beater. How apt, along with Yates at beater and Lombardi at keeper. Detroit did make some substitutions at beater as well. That is Swanson and Hodder, I believe. Pass over to Hutchman to Diveston and beat immediately. So Pratt gets the rebound there, and Detroit's calling to slow down. Some substitutions now. I believe that's Banis and Smiley in at beater. And this chaser line is running a little long for Detroit. Freed to Freed. Ryder Freed. Shot no good, just over the top. Run down by Thompson. Cleveland recovers. And Now Lombardi, and he fakes out Freed to try and get around, finds Hutchman, pass too high, and Freed called back to hoops, not sure why, but Cleveland recovers. And we'll get the call here. It looks like Cleveland had the advantage call. Not quite sure what happened there. In the last play, Detroit did recover dodgeball control. We'll see what the call is here as the refs are conferencing.
Detroit 51.
Detroit 51.
Possession of 2
That's Smiley. Possession of 2 dodgeballs. Blue card. So that, and just as soon as they've gotten it, that'll be a turnover back to Cleveland for the Beaters. So now, with 1 beater back and 1 in the box, Cleveland will have a power play opportunity here on offense. Lombardi on the handle at the top of the key. Lombardi looking for his options. Lombardi, hard shot, no good, blocked by Freed. Freed beat, Lombardi able to get the rebound. Tackle by Sowers, no, Lombardi shakes out of it, driving in, pump fake, driving in, no good. Lombardi's shot no good, Thompson gets the rebound, Thompson to Jones, fumbles the pass, and now kicked out as Sowers takes down Lombardi. I think got him in a little arm wrap there, and Lombardi's down for a moment. We'll turn away. Just kind of a big tangle there. I think it kind of looked like Sowers hooked him around the arm. And they're handshaking. Lombardi's okay, just a quick fall. He's up and walking off on his own power. Just the air knocked out of him. He's good.
Where's health?
Over here. I'm right here.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
So referees determining here if there was any foul in the play. Looks like no, and it's just a loose ball. So Twarowski comes in at keeper. And Twarowski now has to scramble for it. Has Banis with the live dodgeball in front of him. So we'll see what Twarowski does. He dives, tries to put it laterally to Hutchman, who can't pick it up. And now Ryder Freed has it. Pressure by Beaton, who passes it back to the other Freed. And so now Detroit able to recover off of that one. Valiant effort by Cleveland. And Pratt back to Freed. Freed at the top of the key. It's Beaters free right now. It's got to be a physical stop. And Freed, easy drive in and score. And that is now our second goal as Cleveland makes some substitutions. Detroit 20, Cleveland 0. As high pressure on Twarowski, needs to get him out of the zone. He does, but the rest of the team isn't with him as he gets tackled and loses the ball out of bounds. And some high-level pressure from Sowers as, oh, looks like Freed tried to go up a little further from the inbound point. Some high pressure and a good tackle from Sowers leads to that turnover for Detroit. They get another shot at it here. Detroit with control on offense. It's Mosley now donning the black again.
Nice dog.
Freed walking it in, back to Pratt. Pratt missed the pass to Freed. Freed was looking for a pick, I think, as he's pressured by Mosley. Pass out to Sowers. Sowers gets around Divison and scores, and that's another one for Detroit, 30-0. Twarowski now bringing it up for Cleveland.
Hey, he's all the way down there.
And Banis was out of position for a second. Cleveland didn't capitalize as the pass down to Freeman. Goes back up to Diveston. Back to Gaffney behind the hoops. Gaffney tries to hook it to a teammate. Unable to. Markland on the defense. And that was good defense there by Detroit as Freed on the far side coming center comes back in. And now finally Detroit will have a couple chaser substitutions, as well as a new beater pair in Knudsen and Sue. Pratt and Freed at the top of the key. Mosley stepping up. Pratt driving in, switches hands, gets it to, that was Ashton Glenn, and that is a score for Detroit. 40-10 for Detroit, and some good combo passing there. And Twarowski wants to push in as there's only one beater back for Detroit. Sue was way off field. Twarowski's shot, no good. Freeman tries to get the rebound, no good as well. And so Ashton Glenn now bringing it up center for Detroit. Sarah Moulter now checking in for the first time for Detroit as well. Finally reprieving when pressed. Moulter, easily the shortest player on the field, and that's saying something as Markland gets stripped by Gaffney. Freeman recovers on the ground, and Detroit's calling Markland back, and Twarowski ends up coming up with it. Good strip of the ball by Gaffney and eventual recovery by Cleveland. Cleveland has put up some great defensive stands in this game so far. This is much better than they're showing against Chicago at this point, same in the first game. Gaffney at the top of the key now for Cleveland. Passes over to Thompson, back to Gaffney, over to Freeman. Freeman getting tackled by Glenn. And it looks like Cleveland was able to recover control on the other side of the field, but Freed picks off the pass, and now they'll slow up as they see that Mosley and Connard were able to get control away from Sue. That was some great hustle by Jack Mosley. 10 minutes have elapsed in the game so far as Freed brings it up to the top. And it looks like Glenn driving in. Glenn off the crossbar as it was deflected by Freeman. And it's a no dodgeball situation, no beater situation. Gaffney up the center of the field. Gaffney throwing and deflected by Freed. And who came away with it? Freed does, as Thompson is really trying. Thompson was reaching through Freed's legs to try and get that steal. No good. And that was a lucky break there by Detroit as Freed's defense comes up big for him. You have to applaud the effort by Adam Thompson. They were really trying to get that one away from Freed. As Brechting puts some high pressure and then loses his ball. And it is Cleveland's ball that goes out of bounds as Markland fights through a tackle, gets it down the field to Glenn. Glenn driving in, shot no good, trying to get around Barnes, who had checked in for beater, and now Freed just flips it up, and Cleveland comes away on the flip up. Cleveland with control. And they're now passing the midline, going the other way. Brechting trying to create a problem, was a little too early. Thompson waited a little too long to cross, and now Detroit's beater's getting back into place as Freeman mishandles the pass on the opposite side, and Detroit will come away with it. So Freed slowly bringing it forward. It's Smiley and Sviridov, excuse me, back in for Detroit's beaters. And Smiley really trying to get control in the center there as Freed shoots. And the shot was blocked by Brechting with the ball, with the throw, excuse me. And Brechting doing it all on the defensive end. Glenn gets stripped and then beat by Barnes, and Cleveland. A great defensive stand there. Detroit could not catch a break. Freed some high defensive pressure here, and Cleveland just combo passes to get around it, and they'll now bring it up on the other side. It's Thompson to Hutchman on the far side. Hutchman donning the white today. Hutchman. Back to Thompson, missed pass. And Hutchman was beat. Moulter doing her best at point defense as Jones completely drops the broom and misses the pass, so Detroit will pick that one up. And That is another miscue on offense for Cleveland. 40-0 our score. Detroit in a lead. Markland bringing it up center. Markland wants to test the shot. Got deflected, went back to Glenn. Glenn's shot is good. And now Cleveland wants to go the other way. Thompson wants to make a run, running into every single Detroit defender. Gets tackled. And there's a stoppage there. I think it might have gotten hit out of Thompson's hand after the tackle. And so Detroit, and the ill-advised fast break from Thompson, didn't have any players in front of them.
13:50. Thank you.
Almost 14 minutes have elapsed here. Glenn and Freed trading passes up top. Freed feed to Markland, who scores. Markland has been huge, second leading scorer on this team, with 13 thus far in the season, and then they just got their 14th. Thompson will finally take a sub. Kozak also checked into the game for the first time, and Twarowski now back in at keeper for Riff. Detroit taking fewer subs as Smiley gets the catch there and gets control for Detroit. Twarowski whips the offense away to, or whips the ball away to Kozak, who's getting tackled and picked up easily by Markland on that pass out of the tackle.
Good recover, beaters. New beaters coming.
And Detroit seems keen to keep their lines going a little longer as they do substitute their beaters. That is Swanson and Hodder.
15 minutes.
15 elapsed. 60-40 for Detroit. And Markland's pass to Freed leaves it good. A good goal by Freed. And now finally Freed will take a sub as well, putting us at 70-0. Twarowski trying to direct a little traffic on offense. Detroit set up with control. Massey also checked in for Detroit. Twarowski in the spin move. Shoots on Massey, no good. He's got long arms. Jones going for the loose ball, no good. Massey, he's got long arms. Every good team needs to have a noodle boy, and Massey is filling that role right now. You need a guy who's about 6'5" and maybe 130 pounds. Glenn at the top now, and Sun has also checked in for the first time for Detroit. Detroit, Swanson protecting up top, and Markland is going to drive in. Twarowski can't do anything as Markland uses their frame to body through the Detroit defense.
Play it slow, we got control. Play it slow.
Rob, good hustle, Rob.
A couple substitutions for Cleveland, and it's Yates and Brechting with control as Kozak and Twarowski up top with Diveston and Gaffney on the far side. Fiona Gaffney, fun fact, plays for the Irish national team. Gaffney looking for options to Diveston. Diveston sure hands, shot no good. Kozak really trying to dive for it. Twarowski comes up with it, spins out of a tackle, loses his footing, gets out to Kozak. Pass was poor, so Kozak looking to shoot, blocked by Massey, and a couple shots on goal there, but no good as Detroit defense comes away with it. Wanis now checking in for the first time at keeper for Detroit as well.
Hey, watch your right!
Cleveland still holding control. Brechting and Yates at the center. Wanis at the top of the key for Detroit. Massey. And Massey and Wanis. I don't know if Cleveland's going to be able to shoot from any sort of distance. And Markland.
Actually, I have my own alcohol.
3 over 6 foot. And just some quick passing up here. They're really waiting for it as Swanson gets the swat away at beater, and then the shot from Markland through the medium hoop on the far side. It's another goal for Detroit.
Timeout, Cleveland.
And Cleveland is going to take their timeout. Your score Detroit Innovators 90, Cleveland 0. And what was a big defensive stand for Cleveland in the beginning of this game is starting to slip as Detroit has turned it on a little bit and scored 5 in quick succession here. Both teams huddling up during this timeout. Probably thankful being on this turf that it's fairly overcast. The bulk of the sun is not making it too toasty, although if you've ever run with cleats on turf, you know how it is. Cleveland looking to make an adjustment here, hopeful to erase the goose egg on their side of the scoring table. I think defensively, Cleveland is doing a pretty good job, all things considered, despite what the score says. I think really it's the offense who has been having the most trouble. Not a lot of string together passes. The shots have been just off in the chances that they have had, and Detroit has covered pretty much all the rest with several different interceptions, several different beats for stops, and a couple of loose ball grabs.
Cable, what time is it?
Time is 18:04.
We're 18 minutes into the game now, just 2 minutes away from our 20-minute stoppage before flag on pitch time. Cleveland starting with the ball. We'll see if their adjustment off the timeout is able to help them. And it looks like Twarowski substitutes, and they'll put Thompson in, and Mosley's saying no go, and Mosley himself will go. Looks like Mosley's playing both sides of the game today.
Time is 18:04. Now, my whistle.
So Mosley will start it back up for Cleveland. Detroit with control on the other side of the field. And it looks like Pratt is back in for Detroit as well. Swanson and Knudsen in at beater. Mosley down to Gaffney. Gaffney back up to Mosley. Pass was low. Immediately wrapped. Wanis gets it out, and Massey recovers. Great defense by Ethan Wanis. Really Johnny on the spot. So now another substitution at beater as Ryan Sue comes in. Detroit maintaining control off of that one. It'll help them in the offensive game here. Ball to Massey on the far side. Back to Wanis. Wanis gets beat at the top of the key. Is it high pressure? And Mosley able to fake out Knudsen there, and Cleveland a little bit of a fast break as Mosley sends it to Kozak. Kozak handles it, tackled by Wanis, who had gotten back earlier, and that is a good defensive stop by Detroit as Cleveland tried to take advantage of the opportunity, and I think that's an adjustment that you got to see out of the timeout as Mosley, really an offensive leader on this team, takes the initiative. Detroit coming back up. They've got protection from their beaters, and 30 seconds left in the period. Cleveland kind of sitting in an off-kilter 2-2. Pratt down to, that's Flaherty checking in for the first time. And Gaffney, it disrupts the pass. And so Cleveland, with the defensive stop there by Gaffney, will be able to go the other way and maybe get a chance to get control here before the end of the period. It's the last possession. Mostly looking for his options, down to Gaffney. Has Kozak on the far side, who shall go to Kozak. Intercepted by Wanis, picked up by Divison. And there's an advantage call, and it looks like Divison just threw it away. I think that Wanis might have gotten a total wrap behind.
Detroit, 22, illegal contact.
Illegal contact from behind. So that'll unfortunately send Wanis to the box. He'll trade with, that'll be Flaherty, Brian Flaherty. Wanis a little frustrated by that foul. Wanis telling Coach Kagan Madeline he was going for ball, didn't get his feet set. So Diveston will be at the top of the key for Cleveland and still last possession because of the foul and the turnover back to Cleveland. And so Gaffney and Kozak will tag back in. Connard and Brechting really got to try and get control here. And Mosley with the shot through the top hoop. And that'll bring us to our stoppage. 90-10 as Cleveland erases the potential shutout with that last second goal on the period. Now we have a quick stoppage here, 20 minutes before our flag runner on pitch. And now, after the timeout not too long ago, Cleveland will get another one at the stoppage to try and make some adjustments. And it's really, I think, they need to capitalize on the offense during this flag runner time. Detroit has a comfortable lead, but not insurmountable. So they've really got to use their beaters well to try and make Detroit, A, not get them chances at the flag, and B, try and clear a lane or two so that they can give it to their power players by like Lombardi and Thompson and Twarowski, who have been the biggest scorers for the team so far. On the Detroit side of things, they're probably feeling decently comfortable, all things considered here as they're huddling behind our referees. They've got to be feeling decently comfortable with their lead. However, I think the big thing here is you cannot get complacent. Because that will allow Cleveland to get back into this game, and momentum shifts can be a big thing in this sport.
No, that's not.
So we'll see who is in at seeker for both teams in a moment here, as Juanis will have been released from the box, so Cleveland is no longer on a power play. And it looks like Sun is donning the yellow number 28, Jenny Sun for Detroit. And it'll be Hutchman for Cleveland.
Do we have a switch with a flag?
Referees conferencing a little bit here. Seems maybe an equipment thing that they're trying to fix as the players have returned.
If I start moving too much to one side favoring,
Seeker shaking hands. Good sportsmanship. You love to see it.
Seekers. We'll give you a countdown from 10.
Yes, please.
The Seekers will have a 10-second
Super awkward
countdown.
question. Any of you happen to have a whistle on you? Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like they're just getting their their equipment situated here, so we'll just be paused for a moment longer. Looks like Detroit has made a couple substitutions as well. On the ball side of things, on the quad ball side of things, Sowers, Pratt, along with Massey and Glenn in the keeper. And Cleveland, I'm not sure that they've made any substitutions at this time. So here we go, starting up, flag runner on pitch.
Current score is
90-10, Detroit in the lead. Set score 150.
On my whistle.
10.
Play restarted now as the countdown starts.
7, 6,
Detroit with control, and so
4,
Vanis
3,
for Detroit
2,
positioning
1.
himself at the center of the field. And Hutchman is going to have her work cut out for her as Detroit brings it up on offense with Glenn at center field. Over to Sowers. Sowers down to Massey, pass low, and Massey and Pratt play a little soccer, but no good. So now it's a green, and Mosley will try and go the other way with it. Massey catches up to him. Detroit hustling back on defense as Mosley leads Kozak. Kozak handles it, tries to shake out of a tackle, gets it to Gaffney, and the long arms of Massey pokes it away once again. Massey will pick it up for Detroit, and the fast break will come up empty for Cleveland, unfortunately, but I think that's exactly the energy they need right now in the chaos that is the flag runner. Glenn will bring it up once more here. And Sun getting all kinds of time with the flag runner. And big pass over the top by Glenn to Massey. Massey spinning in. Massey off the crossbar, no good. As Freeman runs it down and will recover for Cleveland. Now Cleveland with another chance on offense. And it looks like, well, Bannison's smiling while they move back. It looks like they're going to stick with their seeker, and they're going to trust their chaser defense here. Mosley gets around Sowers. Over to Diveston. Diveston, big looping pass up. I don't know if that was supposed to be a shot or what, but Pratt goes the other way. Pratt going to go coast to coast, passes it to Sowers. So unselfish. Sowers puts it straight through. That's another one for Detroit. And a transition goal for Detroit there as the Beaters are trying their darndest. Sowers causes the turnover that gets picked up by Glenn. Glenn going the other direction. Glenn over to Sowers. Sowers no good, beat before. Glenn gets the rebound. It's good for Detroit. That's 2 in a row.
First goal, no. Second goal, yes. Play it slow, guys. Play it slow.
So that'll be 110-10. Detroit firmly in control here. Mosley bringing it up on the far side. Detroit firmly had dodgeball control the entire time. Beaters have been pretty good for them. Freeman tackled by Massey. Massey has been huge on defense this game for Detroit. And Glenn in there too. They're just all over each other. It's a scrum. It's like rugby out there. Freeman finally gets it to Tudor, who's seen his first minutes of the game. Tudor shot no good. Mosley able to save it? Nope. And that'll be a turnover, backcourt violation. And after that, that big scrum, Freeman, after getting it off, getting the ball off to his teammates, calling for a substitution. Pratt clarifying the ruling here, that they were able to step backwards before crossing midline without an over and back violation. And it looks like Cleveland in that chaos was able to get themselves beater control thanks to Barnes. And they're going for a press here as Tudor trying to mark Glenn. Passes over to Sowers. Tudor all over the field. Mosley bats the pass away. Glenn is able to pick it up. And the high pressure by Cleveland almost gets them a turnover, but not quite. Gaffney now in at seeker for Cleveland as Sun is going to take a sub as well. Glenn going to push shot through the top hoop. Glenn's got it. 120-10 as Juanis now gets in at seeker for Detroit. Definitely a lot longer of a reach than Sun, so maybe we'll have an easier time against this taller flag runner. Lombardi coming in at seeker, and just like that, just as I spoke his name, Ethan Juanis, does he have the catch? If so, I think that'll end things right there. The referees are going to converse about that one. Detroit catch is good. That'll be a good catch for Juanis, and that'll be the end of the game. Meeting the set score there, 155-10. Detroit solidly in control. After a good defensive start, for Cleveland, and a really slow offensive start, and I'm not sure they ever got the offense going. Detroit able to come back and win decisively, and that'll be game 1 of the series here in Novi, Michigan, outside of Detroit. The next game will start here at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, as Minneapolis will come to take the field.
Refs, water and shade.
So we will take a quick break here on the stream and join us again here at 3 o'clock, where we will have our next series between Minneapolis and Detroit.
I don't know about the F
Hello and welcome back to the North Super Series here in Novi, Michigan. Getting ready to start Game 2 of the Super Series. First game between the Minneapolis Monarchs and the Detroit Innovators. Detroit coming out after a decisive win against Cleveland, 155-10. Meanwhile, Minneapolis will be on fresh legs. In fact, it's been a later season schedule for Minneapolis this year. This is only their second outing on the season, halfway through July. Their first was against Chicago, in which Chicago swept them 3-0. Chicago, top of the division right now, firing on all cylinders. So putting Minneapolis just by difference in games in 4th place, ahead of the now 0-7 Cleveland Riff. These two teams have met in 4 series before, and Minneapolis has swept Detroit in 3 of them. The last time that Detroit beat Minneapolis, it was in their inaugural season, Minneapolis' inaugural season, where the series was 2-1 in favor of Minneapolis back in 2019. Now Detroit pretty hot this season, 2nd place in the division. I think their skills will match up a lot better with what Minneapolis has, so I expect it to be a much closer game, and I think Detroit is really hoping here at home, in one of their strongest teams they've had, that they will be able to finally get a series over on Minneapolis. We'll get a quick look at the seasonal stats here. Minneapolis faring a little better than Cleveland with a 31% control rate and a 40.5% shooting rate, as opposed to Detroit's 60% control rate and 63.6 shooting rate. It has been a pretty good season for Detroit so far in that category. Take a look at our individual player statistics. As I said earlier, in the Cleveland and Detroit game, Leo Freed leading the team, 23 goals, 15 assists, and he tacked on a couple more in that past game as well, at least one. On the Minneapolis side of things, having only played 1 series, their stats are a little shorter. The lead scorer, Max Meyer, is not here today. They are with 7 goals on the season. They are also without U.S. national team member Emma Persons, who is the 2nd leading scorer with 4. So we'll see who's going to be stepping up for Minneapolis today as the starting lineup takes the field. Let's see here, going down the lineup, starting at beater, it's Nadja Melby and Cody Narveson. Narveson, a long-time player in the Minneapolis era. See Nathan Podolsky donning the green keeper band. That's Anna Nelson in, as well as Addie Socek in at chaser, and rounding out the lineup, we have Joe Goulet. On the Detroit side of things, as our referee Alex Amadal gets us started, Ryan Sue and Ray Brodeur in at beater, the dynamic pair, both on the U.S. National Team Development Academy squad. Sowers, Glenn Freed, Leo Freed that is, and Lindsay Smyers in to round out the chaser lineup. Just heard from the Minneapolis sideline, whoever smiles most wins. I see our score table is writing down a separate counter for that. We'll give you an update at the end of the game.
Score table. Go Riff. Go Riff. ARs. Line's good.
Minneapolis attacking left to right, excuse me, in the purple and orange kits. Detroit still in the white and black with gold accents.
Rise up, take flight!
Brooms down. Ready, brooms up.
And we are off. It's Podolsky against Glenn, and Glenn picks it up, and looks like Minneapolis will come away with control, but Detroit gets the first offensive drive with Freed at the top of the key. Detroit looking for their options here, passing back and forth. Smyers back to Freed. Podolsky knocks it out of Freed's hands. Freed holds on to it. Passes off to Glenn. Glenn to Sowers. Sowers scores! And a quick strike for Detroit. 10-0. That was some good patience and passing from the Detroit offense. Detroit, being the home team, able to have two different rosters, able to give different players opportunities in the games between Minneapolis and Cleveland. Goulet on the far side with the ball now for Minneapolis. Detroit still holding on to control. Goulet shakes on Freed. Goulet's shot is good. Real squeaker on that angle there, but now they're tied up at 10. Sue able to get control for Detroit after that last one. And what a pair, Sue and Brodeur for Detroit. Sue playing a lot of minutes. Both with great control percentages, as Smyers and Glenn are looking for their options here. Sue and Brodeur making Narveson look all over the place. Glenn's shot too high. Sowers can't run it down, and that'll be the end of the possession for Detroit.
Wait for it.
And it looks like Minneapolis will get control there, as Melby now substitutes for number 36, that is Meredith McDowell. Podolsky bringing it up center. Gets it to Nelson. Glenn on the defense. Minneapolis, they're looking for their opportunities here. Podolsky's gonna run it in. No good. And shot is too far, so that'll be a turnover back to Detroit out of bounds. Was Sue able to get control there? He was over Narveson, and Sue just an absolute motor around the field.
Hey, here we go, purple.
Monarchs beaters, no slouch, definitely, and I'm excited to see how this battle continues between Sue and Narveson there. So Freed bringing it up on the far side for Detroit. Our score tied up at 10. Glenn shaking, looking for his options. Blocked the hoop by Nelson, and Podolsky picks up the rebound. Good defense by Nelson. Detroit with beater control. Narveson protecting. And Sue makes him pay for getting too close, and Goulet's shot real hard, good through the hand of Leo Freed. And with no beaters back, Glenn will make some moves here. Glenn coming in fast to Smyers. Smyers around the corner, in. And a quick answer there, 20-20. Sowers playing some high defense here. Now Sue really putting the pressure on, as Podolsky's just got to throw it away. Didn't have a receiver in the area, and Glenn will get another opportunity to run it up the field. Has his chasers in front of him. Glenn's going to take it himself. Glenn, big through the center, goal! 30-20 now, Detroit in the lead. And Ashton Glenn making some offensive moves for Detroit. Sowers once again with the high pressure, as well as Sue forces the throw, and Sam Schwartz unable to recover, and so it will be recovered by Lindsay Smyers. 5 minutes elapse, and now Brodeur and Sue take a sub for Bannis and Smiley. The next big duo from Detroit in at beater, going up against Majeski and Narveson on the Monarch side. Monarchs in a 2-2 zone here. Zimmett at the top of the key, kind of playing both sides, as Freed is on the far side with the ball. Detroit patiently waiting for their opportunities. Smyers and Glenn really giving Zimmett a little bit of a workout. Got a lot of protection up top with Smiley, as now they finally go down to Sowers. Sowers is going to drive in, shot no good, so Smiley's going to run it down. They've got it. And Smiley, no beater situation, no! Narveson able to turn around just in time to beat Glenn, and Narveson saves that potential physical stop needed for the Monarchs. Detroit with control as Monarchs bring it up. It's O'Banner, excuse me, OB for Monarchs in now. Tries to shoot. That was a choice to shoot at that angle. But Detroit is gonna recover that one as OB's coming out playing with a fire.
Hey, set up the play, y'all. We got two.
Freed on the far side now, bringing it up for Detroit. They're still with control. The name of the game has been patient offense so far, passing it around, waiting for their beaters to make a play. And it looks like Brady Sowers will rotate to the back with Ashton Glenn. Freed was going to get to Smyers, thought better of it as Monarchs stepped into the lane. That was Thomas, number 46 on the defense there. And it looks like Sowers, oh, beautiful beat in the backfield. And O'Banner is coming up the field now on a streak. There's no beaters back. Passes off to Zimmett as one dodgeball comes in from the side. Zimmer, shot blocked, picked up and snagged out of the air by Freed. Freed's going the other direction and now is met with two beaters and decides better of it. That shot was by Sam Schwartz, and Freed just one-handed it. 30-20, Detroit still with a small lead. And it looks like we maybe have a beater foul here on the stoppage. Yeah, maybe that was a...
They don't let me get away with it in practice either.
Second contact, we'll see. Definitely a much faster pace in the beater game this game around. 2 fouls on the play.
Detroit, number 6. Second contact on illegal swat.
And that'll be an illegal swat on Leo Freed. Blue card.
Second foul, Minneapolis, 99. Unsporting conduct, making ref calls. Blue card.
And it looks like Majeski will go to the box as well for making a referee call on that one. So that'll be a blue card. So neither team gets a power play, or both teams gets a power play. Kind of a glass half empty, glass half full type of situation. But both will have one in the box until a minute or the other scores.
I give the wrong line by saying, but I was right.
And they're adjudicating the dodgeballs now to get them set to the correct individuals. and so
Foul affects the quad ball.
because the actual dodgeball foul was on Freed, it'll just go at the hoops of Minneapolis as Smyers will send it down to Glenn.
Hey, we don't need a player behind. We're only free.
Go Ashton.
Zimmet on the defense, and
Where's the edge of the box?
looks like Sowers will bring it up top. Sowers passing over to Glenn. Glenn tries to make a move, loses it, and that's O'Banner with the strip.
2, 1, both are good.
And so both teams return to full strength without a goal between them. 30-20 still our score.
9 minutes.
9 minutes have elapsed.
Chaser's going.
Full pass around the horn for Minneapolis, looking for their options. Zimmet trying to get around Glenn and Sowers, no good. Back to O'Banner. O'Banner driving in, taken down by Glenn. Ball flips out. Zimmet unable to come up with it, and now he does. And that looks like an advantage call. I think Sowers might have engaged from behind there.
Detroit, number 50, illegal contact. Contact on a player without a ball.
Contacting a player without a ball looks like didn't have the full handle on it before the contact occurred. So that'll be the second player in the box for Detroit in about 30 seconds. As Monarchs will have a power play here. Zimmet shakes around Glenn, gets beat, and O'Banner manages to keep it in bounds. And blocked by Freed. Smyers comes down with it, and Detroit, despite being a player down, makes the defensive stand. Some substitutions here for Detroit. Ryder Freed now in, as well as Sarah Maxey. And it is Ben Schluter along with Zeke Majeski and a beater for Monarchs. Monarchs holding control. Glenn with the ball at the top of the key.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're good, Brady.
And Detroit effectively kills the penalty. Sowers back in the play.
Hustle, Brady, hustle.
And patient offense really is the game
That's
here.
your stalling warning, Ashton. That's the quad ball.
They do get a stalling warning here as Pratt comes in. Back to Glenn. Back to Pratt. Over to Maxey, and that is over her head and out of bounds. And so the patient defense there and good footwork by Monarchs allowed that bad pass to happen, and they get away without allowing a goal. A couple new players checked in. Divine in at keeper for Monarchs. As well as Goulet back in. Divine to Thomas, down to Zimmet. Back over to Goulet, and the ball just gets launched directly into the air. And we'll see. It looks like that'll be an inbounding stoppage for Detroit. So Pratt bringing it up now for Detroit. Kagan Madeline also in the game as he passes down to Ryder Freed. Madeline to Pratt. Pratt driving in, back out to Madeline. Blocked by Goulet. And Minneapolis able to stand tall there on defense. And Detroit looking for some high pressure here. Decides to back off it as Schluter comes up with the ball.
Three high. Right here. 5. Show me your ball. Right here.
Both now in the game for the first time to Divine, who kind of floats the ball. Both Madeline and Freed run by it, and then they manage to back up. Madeline's on a run, center field, and now comes back to the side, as you saw Schluter there with the ball.
Hey, with here, Ryder. Hey, come here, Ryder.
Sue trying to direct traffic for his chasers at the top, trying to get Freed out of trouble. Madeline down to Freed. Goulet on defense. Back to Madeline. To Pratt. To Madeline. Freed and beat at the point and blocked at the point. It was a good play by Detroit, and the Monarchs were completely ready for it.
Timeout, Detroit.
And it looks like Detroit will take a timeout. Current score 30-20. Detroit with a 1-goal lead. As both teams, patient offense, patient defense, in a tight one.
Rochelle, what's the time now?
It's 13:33.
We're about 13 minutes into the game now. Both teams conferencing in this timeout stoppage. Detroit calling the timeout. They clearly want an adjustment here.
15 seconds.
The offense, they've been extremely patient, but they're not getting a lot of looks. It seems like a lot of their drives in or passes were like, we don't like that, we're backing out, we're doing it again. They've got the system down, I think, but Minneapolis has been really, really good in their defensive sets. They have their footwork right. They really have had great positioning. If I'm Minneapolis, honestly, I'm saying keep it up.
Time is 13:33.
So 13 and a half minutes in, and Minneapolis will start with the ball. Goulet on the far side has Divine center, protected by Narvison. And the shot is no good. Really wanted that one. Couldn't tell if it was tipped or not, but Detroit will have their chance with it now. Hey, remember, take those shots to test the defense. It also saves you having to go against Brodeur and Sue, who once again have control for Detroit. Freed now donning the green for the first time. Leo Freed, that is. So he passes over to Maxey. Maxey back to Freed. Divine at point defense. And Freed to Freed, no good. And a great movement as Leo Freed gets around, gets the rebound, and gets it to Gwen Pratt for the score. 40-20. Great offensive movement by Detroit. Swenson checking in now for Minneapolis.
15 minutes!
Divine on the near side. Passes over to Voth. Voth trying to look for options. Back to Swenson. Swenson gets the ball out to Divine, immediately beat by Brodeur. And a defensive stand there for Detroit as Freed is moving in the other direction. Ryder Freed gets another one for Detroit, coast to coast, 50-20. Divine calling out the offense for Minneapolis. Huge beater battle in the center of the field there. Is Monarchs, are they going to capitalize? No. Wrap by Pratt causes Divine to have to pass the ball back out, not pass out. Pratt in hot pursuit here as Divine shot low and blocked by Freed. Leo Freed going the other direction, and Freed, big bounding steps to the other side. Coast to coast once more, 60-20. Detroit starting to take command here. And now Minneapolis will take a timeout. The momentum shift for Detroit after that timeout, and they did exactly what they needed to do, moving the ball faster on offense, getting those fast break goals, and it paid dividends for them. And now trying to kill the momentum is Minneapolis calling their timeout. I know I said in the last timeout, Minneapolis, they're telling themselves, keep doing what you're doing. That was the wrong advice. Don't listen to me. I think what they've got to do is, with the transition goals there, they need to get themselves back on defense a bit faster when it's a turnover further into the zone, but they also can't allow those high turnovers. Detroit putting on just a tidge of high pressure, and that is causing a turnover where Minneapolis isn't having enough people back, and you've got these guys like both the Freeds who can cross the field in about 3 bounding steps, who are really able to make those turnovers into goals.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop doing that.
1, 2, 3.
Teams will retake the field now. 16 and a half minutes have elapsed. And 60-20 is our score. Detroit in the lead. Cloud cover certainly been a blessing. It's warm, but it's not unbearable. Rebound called, and Monarchs will try anew with Podolski on the handle with Goulet at the top of the key. Narveson and Melby, the starting beaters, back in for Detroit, or for Monarchs, excuse me. Detroit with control. Good trades there, and did Melby get controlled? No. And Narveson does, though, catches, and Minneapolis, they're able to find Anna Nelson down low, and Nelson scores for a Minneapolis goal, 60-30.
Hey, way to go, Cody!
So great play there by Melby and Narveson, allowing Nelson to come to the other side of the field and receive that pass for a goal. A couple new players now in for Detroit as well, as they're going to do a little rotation. It's Rob Butler and a keeper on the ball on the near side. To Pratt. Pratt's going to drive in, wrapped up by Podolski, gets it out. Butler over to Luce Marklin, a little too tall, and another too tall pass, unfortunately. And that was Nick Love on that one. Love's pass too high, and so Minneapolis able to get away with that one.
Time is 18:07. Let's go, Mark!
Goulet bringing it up center. Schluter now in for Narveson, and beater for Minneapolis. Smiley and Banis holding it down. Goulet. Melby really looking for opportunities. And Detroit's going to press after Melby's missed throw. And so Minneapolis just has to throw that one away. Goulet just has to launch it, and that'll be a stoppage as the ball comes back onto the pitch.
Hey, Cecilia and one. Oh, yeah. Clear.
Schluter doing his best here and manages to get control for the Monarchs.
Hey, here we go, Nards.
Have a couple of beaters with really big arms, making a lot of, I don't know if it comes through in the audio, but there's some loud noises. Markland running the lap, going behind, and now comes back up to Butler. Pratt to Butler. Minneapolis, a really compressed defense here as Butler gets beat. Markland saves the ball from going out of bounds. Shot no good as Goulet picks up the missed shot, going the other way, 1 to beat, and gets around Butler, going big. And Goulet posterizing Pratt on that thunderous dump down. 60-40. Detroit's still in the lead.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 20 minutes!
And that is the 20-minute mark. Last possession Detroit has it. They're going to try and get control here as they've just subbed in Sue and Brodeur to get ready for flag runner on pitch. Melby and Schluter going to give them a hard time, though. I don't think they want to give it up. Markland now on the far side with it. Down to Love. Schluter blocks Sue. Maintains control. There's a potential advantage call here in Detroit's favor. Butler. Pass into Markland. Markland bobbles the pass, no good. And then Love picks up the rebound, and Love seems to catch a hard throw on the other end of that. So Love is down for just a moment, and we'll see after this stoppage what that advantage call was. Man, that turn and throw on that one. I was talking about the beaters with the big arms. Schluter just turned and really put some mustard on that. Referees conferencing here in 20 minutes, a very different game, a very different score than we saw in Game 1 where Detroit faced Cleveland. A lot of these players doing double duty between the two rosters. Not that any team could have a fully distinct roster. With 30 maximum on the total roster. And Love looks to be fine. He's up. He's smiling. Do we have that down on the smile count? Okay, the score table's giving me a thumbs up. And it looks like our head referee will do some adjudication here. Third dodgeball interference on Schluter? Minneapolis seems to be concerned or confused about that one. And if this is indeed a card here, then
Double dodgeball turnover. Because this dodgeball affected this possession, Detroit retained oddball.
all right, and so because the foul affected the possession, Detroit will maintain possession of the ball and the dodgeballs will be turned over to Detroit. It's a double ball turnover. So no card there. What that puts us with is Markland.
Minneapolis 55 because it affected play. Detroit will retain possession of the quad ball. No card.
Okay, yeah, just getting the official designation there from our referee. So Markland, even to the hoops, passes it up to Butler, who gets beat, who wanted to get that shot off. No good. And that'll be, in the end there, Voth, who ends up ending the period for Minneapolis with that possession. So our score at 20 minutes. The Detroit Innovators, 60. Minneapolis Monarchs, 40.
I don't. I'm not. It's not a compliment, you guys. I got you.
Now both teams with a timeout after having both used their timeout earlier in the game. Seeing how they are going to adjust for flag runner on pitch. Now both these programs know how to fast break. It is something that is part of the offensive set. We talked earlier about how both Leo and Ryder Freed were moving quickly up the field on those turnovers at the top of the key. They're going to be looking to do that here if their beaters can lock it down in the seeker game and force Minneapolis to play exclusively a chaser defense. However, Minneapolis are no slouches when it comes to fast breaking. They've got a bunch of big, tall bodies who are able to cross the field quickly, and they're really going to be able to make Detroit pay for it if they get sloppy at the top of the key or they're unable to convert their own fast breaks or otherwise beaterless situations into goals. I'm really excited for this beater matchup here with flag runner on pitch. Sue and Brodeur, and I believe that is Schluter and Melby. We'll see once they come out of the huddle here who it is exactly and who's going to be able to be dominant. We'll see who's going to be donning the yellow here as well. Looks like for Detroit, number 64,
Mike Devine.
Neil Peterson.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. What's your name again? Neil. Neil. Yeah. How far was it?
So it'll be Mike Devine for Minneapolis, and they exchange friendly salutations here.
I'm from Milwaukee. Oh. So I just drove Minneapolis to Milwaukee. Hanging out at the RNC before this.
Play getting ready to resume here.
No. Whoa. No, my mom was up.
The referee's just getting themselves back in position.
Hey, so what's your shirt say?
Our Seekers will have a 10-second countdown at the beginning of the period. 60-40 Detroit in the lead.
Yeah.
Putting our set score at 120.
Current scores.
Close game.
60-40. Set score is 120. Minneapolis Quadball. Zoom on my whistle.
Wait, Scorpio, you can't
So we'll start over here on the other side of the field where Minneapolis had just recovered, and it looks like they've had a couple of substitutions. I did tell you I would give you that
On my whistle.
beater pair. That's Narvison and number 36 Meredith McDowell for Minneapolis.
4, 3,
Obi bringing up the ball
2,
for
1.
Minneapolis in a keeper once more as Narvison immediately beats Peterson. Peterson's been hot all season. They really don't want him to get close as much as possible. Try to keep both in the frame if we can here. Goulet in the back as Peterson's gonna maybe have some opportunity, and oh my gosh, the second he got the opportunity, Peterson comes away with the grab. Peterson already has 3 on the season. We'll see if this makes it 4 as the referees will communicate here. I don't know what the record is on the season. I don't know that I have that stat, but I think Peterson's going to give him a run for it. He's at least got to be on pace. There was also a goal on the other side of the field.
Part of the catch. Minneapolis goal is good.
Minneapolis goal was good, and Detroit catch is good. So Peterson, hot hand, able to get that catch almost immediately, and Detroit's sideline is hyped. What a momentum shift.
Out.
So that'll put our score at 95 to 50 as Glenn gets the ball and it's going to move the other way for Detroit, and now told to slow down. Freed on the far side, protected by Brodeur, and Sue passes back up to Smyers, going to drive in. Glenn scores over the top of number 15. That's Sam Schwartz. So 105-50, set score 120. Detroit grows ever closer with that catch as OB at the top to Zimmett. Zimmett down to Charles, who's out. Got it back up to OB. Via Zimmett. OB, pass affected by a hit, and so Detroit will inbound that from the back line. And Detroit's defense comes up big there. However, Monarchs come away with control. Narveson and McDowell still. Freed directing his offense, communicating with Sue, see what their option is here. As Freed beat at the top of the key, can it be a turnover? Sowers gets there first before OB. Sowers takes on Zimmett. Zimmett able to take Sowers down, gets back up, launches it, gets it to Smyers. Smyers throws it to Glenn. Glenn sidestep, scores! And every single time you thought Detroit was out of that one, every single time Minneapolis had the ball up, no good.
Detroit, number 12, continuing play.
No good on defense, rather, excuse me.
It's a yellow card. This will negate the Detroit goal.
And, oh, there was a foul on the play, Ryan Sue, and that will negate the goal.
Brady, you need to be home. You can't look for that. You're dead.
So now Minneapolis will take it the other way, and oops.
Detroit, 50. Second hit on a legal swat.
And that will be a swat on number 50, Brady Sowers. And that's a double power play for Minneapolis. You hate to see that. Coach Kagan Madeline in the box telling them, settle down. So now Minneapolis, I mean, you got control and it's a double power play. You got to score here, right? And ball went to Charles, zings it back over to Zimmett. Zimmett looks for his options, passes inside to Schwartz. Schwartz, quick turnaround, and Schwartz got it. And so Glenn will pick it up, take it the other way. And Glenn, that fast break goal, Minneapolis was on the back heel there. Good heads-up play by Detroit as they trade goals. Now 115-60.
Brady! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're good. Thank you.
Minneapolis bringing it up once more. Obi at the top of the key with Narveson and Melby. Fed inside to Nelson, excuse me, no good. Or, I'm sorry, that was Addy Socek. That was Socek whose goal was no good. And Detroit recovers, bringing it the other direction. With control as well, Sue and Brodeur trying to get protection of Freed. Freed.
Nice, Brady.
Smyers pass, the pass to Smyers broken up. And it looks like that was a play after beat by Smyers, so that'll be a turnover back to Zimmett. Pass broken up by Brady Charles there from Minneapolis. Goal to go for Detroit here. Minneapolis needs to be careful. Zimmett down to OB. Back to Zimmett. Hands off to Charles. To Obi. Had Socek, didn't get the pass. Back to Obi in the, in the back there. It's all on the far side of the hoops mostly. Wrap up by Glenn, gets the defensive stop that they need, and now Freed's gonna go the other way. And he'll slow up. As Melby and Schluter now have control for Minneapolis, that's gonna help them big time.
Minneapolis, 39, illegal swat.
And that is maybe the third or fourth illegal slot of this game. This one from number 39, Zimmett. And now the power play for Detroit. Victory is within reach here. To Marklin. Marklin. And Marklin driving in. Beat before. Marklin certainly didn't think so. And we'll get a call from our line judge here, our assistant referee. We'll see what they saw on the play. It was a real bang bang play. Referees conferencing.
No foul on the play.
There was no foul.
No.
Good, Brady, walk.
5, 4, 3.
So Zimmett's stay in the box will end here. Minneapolis will return to full strength. They're running it out. Pardon my miscue on the language there for Zimmett before. Divine trying to receive the pass, and Pratt unable to get it away from Charles. And is that not a turnover? I think Minneapolis received it in their own keeper zone going the other way. That was a pass into the keeper zone. That's a turnover. So now given to Pratt right at the top of the keeper zone for Detroit. Melby right there with the ball. And Pratt with the goal. And that is the game ender there on an unfortunate over and back over the keeper line. Detroit wins it 125-60. A much closer game than their first one, but Detroit looking very strong in their transition. A couple of key tactical changes after their timeouts allowed them to put their offense in a different mode. Congratulations to Detroit, now 2-0 on the day. So congratulations to the Innovators. They will take a long-needed break, I'm sure, after playing 2 games. And please keep it locked here for our next game.
4:05.
Starting at
4:05.
4:05 between Minneapolis and Cleveland. And hello and welcome back to our next series in the North Super Series here in Novi, Michigan. We are awaiting the matchup between the Minneapolis Monarchs and Cleveland Riff for their first game of the Super Series. Their first game against each other, rather. Both teams have already played one. Both teams defeated by Detroit, though in different manners. Cleveland, the loss was a lot greater. Minneapolis kept it very close for a long time. Detroit pulled it out in the end. So let's talk about these two teams. All-time matchups. They've only met twice before, back in 2019 and then again in 2021. In 2019, Minneapolis swept 3-0. And in 2021, Cleveland took a game, which was a very, very big deal because they were on a very long losing streak. I might even have that written down here somewhere. But it snapped it was a 30-game losing streak that they beat back in 2021. That was a doozy. So, lifetime, 1-5, Minneapolis squarely in the lead of this series. Cleveland, after the Detroit game, is going to have to come up with a different answer for their offense because whatever they were doing against Detroit was not working, and I don't think what they were doing against Detroit will work against Minneapolis. Minneapolis, what was very impressive through the majority of that game was their very poised and patient defense, something that Cleveland has not been great at getting around. And on offense, Minneapolis' passing will definitely test Cleveland in their ability to move around and make their switches when they need them. They're also going to need a big showing from their beaters, as the beating core of Melby and Narvison and so many others. My gosh, let's go down the list here, shall we? Melby and Narvison and McDowell and Schluter. They all played a huge part in that Detroit game and kept control pretty fluid between the two. If Cleveland is going to want any hope of being able to have good defensive stands and be able to stop these big driving bodies in Minneapolis, they're going to need to have a lot of beater help. It is just standing here looking at these two teams in their huddles, the size difference is very noticeable. Very, very noticeable. So Cleveland is going to have to do their best here if they don't want to lose in the physical aspect of the game. Referees conferencing right now, and then look at the field set up here in just a moment, and then we'll get our starting lineups out onto the field where we can talk about how the teams are choosing to start. I imagine that Minneapolis will go with something similar from their first game, and Cleveland will probably do the same. While we're waiting, do yourself a favor and subscribe to the Major League Quadball YouTube channel. Hit the bell so you can see the other series being played today, including the Series of the Week. Boston is hosting Washington over in the East Division. That'll be at 6 p.m. Eastern. And also later today in the South, Austin hosting San Antonio, and that'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central. Taking a look at the future of the North Division here, Minneapolis has one more series as well against Toronto on August 3rd. And then join us August 17th through the 19th for the MLQ Championship in Howard County, Maryland. Sure to be a great time. Minneapolis still very in the hunt here. Detroit, I'm going to say all but secured. I don't have the math in front of me, I'm sorry. I'm sure there's a stats whiz out there that can tell you. And Cleveland, the chances grow ever dimmer. Teams doing their chants. All right, taking a look at the Minneapolis starting lineup, which has taken themselves onto the field. Looks like we are starting with Brady Charles and a keeper, Schluter and Melby starting at beater. Joe Goulet once again in the starting lineup in the white headband at chaser, along with Anna Nelson and Sam Schwartz. Cleveland, it looks like they'll have a similar startup as well. Brechting starting at beater along with Connard, with Diveston, Thompson, Gaffney in at chaser, and Mosley as the keeper. Alex Amadal, our head referee, setting up the field once more. We'll get underway in just a moment here in the North Super Series for Game 3 of the day and the second game for both Cleveland and Minneapolis. Minneapolis once again on the left side of your screen in the vibrant purple and orange. Cleveland on the right side, attacking right to left in the more muted purple and gray. I hope the purples are different enough so that they don't accidentally mix up their teammates. At least I heard that from some Cleveland players. To me, the difference seems pretty apparent. And we are off. And it looks like Charles and Thompson going for the ball. Thompson able to sweep it back. The Monarchs come up with control. And Mosley and the Riff will go to work. Mosley and Thompson trading passes here, testing the defenses. Big beat from Schluter, and now Mosley has to hit the gas. So Schluter's coming from behind and gets beat. And Charles will go the other way. There's no beater back. Thompson trying to get the tackle. Charles spins out of it. Goulet, the beat misses him, so Goulet is going to shoot, blocked by Thompson. And Thompson's going to go the other way and now think better of it as Melby was back. No behind the back call there as Goulet, putting a lot of high pressure, manages to get the ball away from Diveston. Brechting now back to keep him honest. And finally there will be a stoppage as there was an advantage call from our assistant referee. Let's see what the call is here. No call, says Amadal. So Goulet now getting his other players back into it. Nelson mishandles the pass. Pass was low. So Riff manages to save themselves there from that high pressure. And that could definitely be a strategy that Minneapolis could employ here. Just try to high pressure and out-athlete them, especially if you can get them tired. We'll see if it works for them. Mosley spinning to the outside, finds Thompson. Thompson looking for it. Thompson shot no good as Schwartz stands in the way. Diving, trying to get around that corner, but no good. And with the beaters off the field, Charles is going to run into Goulet. One-hands it, gets around Mosley, blocked by Thompson. And Mosley recovers it. And what was thought to be a sure shot there managed to be a great defensive stand. Thompson playing both sides of the ball. Cleveland with control as they came back from that out-of-bounds area. Now Barnes in for Connard. Thompson now on the near side. Monarchs with that patient defense once more. And Charles beat out as Mosley looked for the options. The beat is missed. Mosley loses the handle, picks it back up, just flips it right over the top of the hoop to Gaffney. Gaffney scores. Mosley shot no good, but Gaffney crashes the hoops and scores for Cleveland. And Cleveland's calling for a press now. As Charles passes it up the field to Goulet. Cleveland's press seeming to break down. Beat missed as Goulet tries to run to the outside of Mosley. Mosley wraps him up and takes him down. And Goulet gets beat. And that'll be Cleveland ball as Goulet seems to lay that one out after getting beat. Cleveland first to score here, 10-0.
Hey, Cody, can you tell them to watch when he boxes me out when he's off roam?
Hey, that's the world champ difference, baby. She's got a national championship.
Melby making their intentions clear to the sideline about how they feel about some of the Cleveland beater play. Schluter's now going to disrupt some of the offensive setup for Cleveland as he comes back from getting the ball on the other side of the field. Thompson on the far side with the quad ball.
That is the correct sequence of that.
And Barnes gets beaten, and now the lone beater on offense. Big pass over the top, Thompson to Gaffney. Gaffney intercepted by Charles. So now Cleveland with control. And Minneapolis trading there. Melby and Beaton. Barnes leaves their ball. So Charles has open net here. Blocked by Thompson. Handled by Swenson and in. So Thompson. Big block there. They're trying to go fast here. Mosley running down, gets around. Mosley dodges the beat, tries to get around Swenson, underhands it, swatted away. That was number 18, Addie Socek on the swat. Stoppage just to bring the balls that had gone way off the field. So as I was saying there before I got distracted by the fast break, Thompson, the block at the hoop, but Swenson handling the rebound and putting it in nicely. Very good job for Minneapolis. We got ourselves a game here. 10-10 our score. As Charles will start with the ball once more. And Cleveland will head back to their side. Cleveland with control with Beaton and Barnes. They were sorely missed at Cleveland's home series, but now they're back putting up minutes and numbers. Devine and McDowell now checking in for the Monarchs, as well as Thomas, who takes it top center. Freeman and Hutchman now in at chaser, as well as Jones for Cleveland. Minneapolis trying the passing game here, over to Devine. Back to Thomas. Down to Devine. Cleveland calling for the press. Devine, big body, gonna run around Mosley. Devine gets there. Good goal, Minneapolis. 20-10, Minneapolis takes the lead. Barnes and Beaton will take a sub for Cleveland, and it'll go to Brechting and Yates. Yates also having played huge minutes for Cleveland so far this season as they've been short on beaters. Lombardi coming in at keeper. Minneapolis in their 2-2 setup on defense. Narvison, the lone beater, back. Some passing to get around Narvison. Lombardi fakes, Lombardi shoots, Lombardi scores! And Joe Lombardi scoring for Cleveland, and now they're calling for a press. As the ball comes in after that hard shot for Lombardi, it's 20-all. Lombardi trying to meet Devine at the point. And Lombardi able to take him down. He spits it out to Swenson. Swenson, he was beat. Lombardi picks it up, trying to go the other way. Gang tackle. Devine takes Lombardi to the ground, coughs up the ball to Jones. Jones now wrapped up. Jones gets the ball out to Hutchman. Hutchman, and the ball goes back over the back line as Hutchman fumbles the handle. And the press for Cleveland, through a series of errors and a series of great defense by Minneapolis, gets the turnover at midfield. Seems to be an equipment malfunction there as they've swapped that out. So now Thomas decides to go backwards away from Cleveland as Brechting was there waiting. And Cleveland once again with control as Minneapolis takes it on offense. McDowell and Narveson trying to get control back as Devine to Thomas on the near side. Swenson in the back. Way back up to Devine. Gets around Hutchman. Size mismatch there, and Devine puts that shot through, barreling over Jones. And our score now 30-20, Minneapolis back in the lead. The beaters there creating quite a disruption for Minneapolis as they now regain control, and Brechting and Yates have to work to get it back. Lombardi directing traffic for Riff. And Brechting throws. Lombardi, lost the handle on the ball and just bounced it into Devine's hands. You want that one back. And with no beaters back, Devine's going to go on a run. McDowell in front of him. Devine tries to get around Freeman, spins around Lombardi. Devine, big at the hoop and scores. 40-20 now. And it's a no-beater situation. Lombardi guarded by Zimmett. Lombardi's going to shoot. No good. I think that kind of came off. The spin was weird. I think that was blocked. And yes, because Lombardi gets to inbound. So Lombardi's going to shoot again. And that's the second one from Lombardi from range. The block by Ben Zimmett, but unfortunately they send it out of bounds. And now Devine will take a sub as Cleveland scores once more 40-30.
No, yeah, that's the rule.
OB now checking in at keeper for Monarchs. I'd like to apologize for a roster error that had a incorrect name for OB. Blocked by Gavin and now picked up by Twarowski. Tried to move way too quick. Narveson was right there. Manages to get it to Freeman, who's now guarded by OB. And they're trying to get a rep on him. Get Freeman on the ground. Zimmett's in on the play now. As well as that was Bryn Gustafson. And Cleveland manages to come away with it with that whole scrum. And Twarowski rings it in through the top hoop, just the most casual. It was practically silent on the field. I mean, if you got it, take it. Cleveland's coming out to shoot in this one, trying to keep Minneapolis honest. They may need to adjust their defense just a little bit if this is how Cleveland's going to score. They've got 3 of their goals that way. 40-40. Majeski and Podolski, old teammates at University of Michigan, now here in Minneapolis. Zimmett and OB. Zimmett blocks the incoming beat and finds Thomas on the far side. Thomas finishes for a good goal. And that was a great hands move by Thomas. Great positioning. Good find by Zimmett. Mosley now donning the black for Cleveland with Connor. Kozak also checked in for Riff. Twarowski trying to move away from Podolski and Majeski's pressure. Manages to find Kozak. Tight window. Kozak gets big. Scores over Gustafson's head. And now it's got to be a physical stop for Riff as Obi's coming up fast through the center of the field. Tries to get around Twarowski. He does. Gets around Kozak. Does. And scores through the medium hoop. Ring and down. And that's another goal for Minneapolis, 60-50. And the offense is firing for both of these teams. Cleveland trying to find their stroke finally after having no luck in that first game against Detroit. Monarchs are going to press just a little bit. Twarowski over to Kozak. Back up top to Twarowski. Majeski keeping him honest. Twarowski blocked by Obi. And Obi heading the opposite direction. It's got to be a physical stop. Fights off Twarowski. Obi scores! And that's 2 quick ones for Obi. 70-50 now, Minneapolis in the lead. Mosley will take a sub at beater for Rob Beaton. Majeski and Podolski holding control firmly for the Monarchs. And now they've got their arms up in that 3 trees defense, the zone defense. Twarowski probably not going to be able to shoot. Blocked by Obi, picked up by Zimmett, back to Obi. They're going to head up the field. Beat narrowly misses, and Obi just absolutely runs into Twarowski, and he's down for a moment here. And he's back up. It looks like he just got the wind knocked out of him. And that'll be a hat trick for Obi as they run in quick. Twarowski comes back off the bench to give him a high five on the hit. You love to see it. Good sportsmanship. So after that goal, see around the edge of range here, 80-50.
Yeah, 12-10.
12 minutes have elapsed. And Lombardi will bring it up for Cleveland once more. And since they switched to the zone, it's kind of taken away Lombardi's move here that he's had so far. Cleveland's going to have to get their passing game better. Beat missed. Lombardi to Kozak. Kozak immediately gets beat. Majeski quick draw on that one. Obi going the other way again. And Obi speeds past Lombardi for another easy goal. The cape is on. Podolski and Beaton trying to get their
Timeout, Cleveland!
ducks in a row here in the beating game, and now Cleveland will take a timeout. So after a fairly even beginning of the game, Minneapolis putting their foot on the gas a little bit. These fast breaks in the other direction after the turnovers from Cleveland have led to, I think, 5 in a row for Minneapolis, and the momentum is fully in the Monarchs' direction. Monarchs, I think, need to make little adjustment. They made the adjustment on the fly on the field with their switch to the zone defense after paying for it with a couple of long shot goals from Cleveland. Cleveland, they're going to have to do something either different with their beaters to try and get that zone moving on the side hoops and look for the quick, let's say, cut and pass and shoot. Or they're going to have to do something different in the passing game to otherwise get the defense out of the way. It's not impossible to beat a zone. It's pretty easy, but you got to be able to execute when doing it. And unfortunately for Cleveland, but fortunately for the Monarchs, at least in the last couple drives here, Podolski and Majeski have been pretty much holding it down at the top of the key. They're not allowing Cleveland's beaters to get close inside at all to beat any players away from those hoops that they're guarding in the zone. And that has allowed Minneapolis to keep Cleveland on the outside perimeter. Cleveland, they're really going to have to overcome that slightly higher beater pressure if they want to get to the inside of the key and make those moves to get their shooters being able to shoot.
Monarchs on 3, 1, 2, 3. What did they rip?
Like 5 times. It happens.
So after the timeout called by Cleveland, we're sitting at 90-50. Players on the field really are wondering what's for dinner. I don't think that's even a metaphor about the game. I think they're just hungry.
Time is 12:59.
13 minutes have elapsed. And Cleveland will bring it up with Lombardi on the ball. Tudor and Diveston now checked in after that timeout. Tudor limited minutes in the first game. He plays with a lot of heart. Lombardi, he's He's looking to shoot and pass, mishandled by Hutchman, and Charles will pick it up going the other way. Cleveland's beater's going wild there in the key, but they can't make it happen as Charles, he's running the mile over to Voth, who is now in. Voth gets around Tudor, gets around Hutchman, gets around Lombardi. Voth taking it herself. And the sideline is going wild for Cecilia Voth. Some good foot movement there. Now Minneapolis is going to try a high pressure with just Brechting as the lone live beater. Podolski and Majeski are keeping it tight. Hutchman fields the pass. It goes back to Lombardi, guarded by Zimmett. They're turned around as it goes to Diveston. Goes to Lombardi. Lombardi. And Lombardi's shot no good. Reading some of the pre-series. I'm sorry, I'm chuckling at Toth and Voth and Gustafsson just having a moment there after Voth's goal. That was very cute. Reading some of the pre-series literature put out there, Diveston finally healthy for Cleveland. They were really hoping to be a key scorer in this series and an around the hoop presence with short hands, but unfortunately Cleveland has not been able to get to it. Got a stoppage here.
It says 50-10.
And just a stoppage for a quick equipment malfunction on the scoreboard. We'll get that fixed up here. The score is 100-50, Minneapolis in the lead.
I'm just gonna...
So now with that fixed, Zimmett is at the top of the key for Minneapolis. Directs Voth to stay square. Zimmett driving in. Zimmett scores. Great job by the Minneapolis beaters getting the Cleveland beaters out of the way. And it looks like an advantage call towards Minneapolis. I think that might be a foul on Brechting. Went in hard against Majeski, trying to get that ball back. There is a loose one on the Cleveland side of the field. Otherwise, Podolski and Brechting are the other two that have dodgeballs. Long referee discussion here, trying to determine if there was a beater foul. Now they break.
Cleveland, 20, dangerous slide.
And that'll be a card, yellow card on Brechting, number 20 for Cleveland. Dangerous slide. Came in hot against Majeski there. And so now Minneapolis will have the beater power play. Ball gets turned over to them, so this should be an easy score for Minneapolis if they're able to have their beaters in front. Zimmett's going to go on a run. Podolski in front of them. Zimmett. And shot no good. Recovered by Voth. And Voth over the top of Tudor. And that's another one for Cecilia Voth. On the power play there, Mosley just has to launch it up the field, and Charles will just handle that one. The pressure was too high. Cleveland didn't have anyone down the field. Didn't want to get a penalty there. 120-50 here as Charles gets beat, recovered by Mosley. Mosley gets around Gustafsson. Mosley still running. Zimmett on the defense. And Mosley's just got to toss it away. Tried to go fast. Tried to go fast, and the offense just did not come with him. I think Minneapolis had beat out a lot of the players. And finally, it looks like there will be a beater substitution after a long and extremely fruitful shift for Podolsky and Majeski. That is Melby and Schluter back in now. With control, correcting the lone beater back for Cleveland. Zimmett wants Devine on the cut. Devine beat miss, turns the corner, goal! 130-50, and Minneapolis has blown this one open. Thompson now checking in back to the game for Cleveland, along with Jones, Yates, Gaffney.
My ball.
Cleveland looking for their options with Mosley up top. Mosley, and Mosley's going to take a shot. No good. Blocked by Goulet. Minneapolis had moved out of the zone, so Mosley says, I'll test you. Looks like it'll be a physical stop while the beater play comes back for Cleveland, and they do. Yates able to get it after a throw from Rechting. So Devine at the top of the key. Trading with Nelson. Devine driving in. Devine. Good goal for Devine. 140-50. And that's the physicality that we were talking about a little bit earlier. They've got a lot bigger bodies, and when you've got Fiona Gaffney guarding Mike Devine, there's about a foot and probably 100-pound difference. Twarowski able to somehow block Melby's beat. Twarowski looking for the option again, spins around, beat by Schluter. Schluter standing like an absolute turret there, pinpoint beat, and Devine will take it the other way for Minneapolis. Little pep in the step. Monarchs still with control.
Covered right.
Now slowing up. Devine, he's walking pretty deep in the keeper zone there. Back out to Goulet.
Time is 18:33.
We're 18 and a half minutes in. Goulet drives on Gaffney. Goulet shot out wide, no good. Oh, and Schwartz tried to pick that one up. Unfortunately, no good. It'll be Cleveland ball.
Rob, 148. Rob, right here. Don't leave. Nice job. Hey, Joe, I already need two. Okay. I got the wind knocked out of it.
19.
Cleveland headed in the other direction.
19.
Connor back in at beater.
1-9.
Divison back in at chaser for Cleveland as well. OB back in at keeper for the Monarchs. Already having a great game on both sides of the ball, really. It's been, I'd love to see the stat line from this one. Cleveland pretty content, pretty stagnant. Gaffney's really the only one moving. Thompson tries to put it across, but Goulet is too quick with the hands. Tried to pass too close to the hoops. Want to rethink that one. So check back in for Minneapolis now. Now to Socek. Guarded by Gaffney.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cleveland regain control here. And a 20-minute mark has elapsed, so we are now in the final possession. We'll see Cleveland's calling for a press. Goulet looking for his options as Beaton misses his beat. And now with the last possession, Cleveland's going to be hard-pressed to get that one back before the stoppage. That hurts. OB's shot no good as Thompson runs down the rebound and picks it up. And that blocked by Divison. I know they injured their hand earlier and they're holding it after that block. I bet you that didn't feel good. And with that recovery by Thompson, that'll put us at the 20-minute stoppage here in the third game of the day. Our current score, Minneapolis 140, Cleveland 50. And it started out very even. Teams were going blow for blow. Minneapolis got a tiny lead in the middle there, right around the 60-point mark. And they haven't looked back. I think the score was 60-50 when Minneapolis went on this tear, and I think that they have scored 7 straight. Really made the adjustment earlier on. Cleveland's going to have to look for what they can do in terms of adjustment here when the flag runner comes on. They have they have Divine in the Seeker headband once again. Minneapolis does, rather. Cleveland is going to have to figure out what the attack strategy is. They were finding success early on with Lombardi and Swarovski shooting long shots. They got 4 goals off that. Minneapolis adjusted the strategy, and then Cleveland couldn't score anymore. They're going to have to think of something else, especially in a physical way, if the beaters are going to tie themselves to the flag in order to score points here.
Get some sippy and let's go.
1, 2, 3.
So we're reaching the end of our time here, our stoppage time. Teams retaking the field. And it looks like Michael Jones is donning the yellow for Cleveland. Jones, a rookie player.
Hi, Mom. My mom's watching.
Mike Devine's mom is watching, he says. Happy to have you. Thanks for tuning in.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Oh my God. Why do I do this? It's hot out here. I spent a bunch of money to get over here.
I hope it's just because you have fun, right?
Why? Well, I have a great time. Don't get me wrong. Why? Right? I mean, yeah. We start these
having a
games
great
we could have been
time.
done if we started at 9 a.m.
Wait a minute.
Y'all ever
Now
thought
you're
that?
cutting into my
I
sleep.
would. Oh my God, come on, we're adults here.
No, I'm an adult that likes her sleep.
I was up at 7 a.m. Why? Why?
Jones and Devine having great
Why?
banter here.
I don't know.
I don't need to fill this air. You can hear that,
Summer's
right?
out. I don't know.
So our score right now, 140-50, Minneapolis in the lead. And even 200 is the set score here as the 10-second countdown starts for the Seekers. And McDowell and Schluter subbed in at beaters, and McDowell is going to meet Jones immediately. Thompson brings it up for, and is that a catch from Devine? He barely got over there. He had just gotten over there is really what I mean. They're conferencing, the referees are conferencing. No one else was in the area. I mean, Schluter was offering some protection as beater. It was just a really quick grab. Catch is good. Mike Devine missed out on his opportunity after a fast catch from Neil Peterson in the Detroit game. Now gets to have a fast catch.
I love you, Mom.
He loves his mom. That'll put our score 175-50, and halfway there to the set score is Minneapolis in the second period. Swarovski beat as he hesitates. Ball fielded by Nelson and goes to Obi.
Let's go, Monarchs!
3 goals to go for Monarchs now, as the offense is very spread out. Cleveland 1 beater back and beaten, playing with Connard. Connard and Schluter fighting for possession of a ball. Schluter holds on to it. Goulet picks Hutchman, gives Obi the space. Obi to Nelson. Nelson scores! And a quick cut by Anna Nelson. And that's another goal for Minneapolis, 185-50. Jones in for after an extremely short stint at seeker. Barnes swats the beat ball away, and Thompson has a long shot. Some confusion around the middle hoop there as Brechting and Barnes make a great move to regain beater control, and now Cleveland scores. 185-60, and that is Cleveland's first goal in quite a while.
Hey, if you call it rock, you gotta go now.
We'll be bringing it up once more for the Monarchs. Over to Thompson. Down to Swenson. Swenson immediately gets beat by Brechting, picked up by Thompson. So some good defense there by Cleveland, great positioning by Brechting. Lombardi setting up the offense, protected by Barnes. Brechting trying his best, feed inside of Thompson. Thompson gets beat, and Minneapolis will recover that one. O'Beal will take a sub, passes off to Thomas. Cleveland calling for the press here as Swenson gets beat immediately after handling the pass, and Lombardi gets the pickup. That's a high press turnover that Lombardi ends up with for Riff. And Cleveland trying to slow walk a little here as they're getting their beater subs. Schluter trying to keep Lombardi honest. Over to Thompson, now back to Lombardi. Beaton and Yates in now for Riff. Down to Thompson. Thompson gets beat once more. Thompson really wants to drive on this zone, but the Minneapolis beaters are saying no. 185-60. Minneapolis looking for their win here. Schluter, a good catch off Beaton, and now they have control. As looks like Socek's pass to Swenson went out of bounds, and so Cleveland will get that one on the inbound, but Minneapolis has plenty of time to get themselves back into defensive position. With Lombardi in, they've shifted themselves back to a zone defense as Gaffney checks in at Chaser. It looked like they were trying to set up Hutchman and Jones to both cut to the small hoop, but unfortunately they were not able to find that pass. The positioning of the Minneapolis beaters have not made it super convenient, and Cleveland's beaters have not been able to clear it out quite yet here. Thompson, Lombardi trading passes. Charles back in now on the point defense. Lombardi keeps it up, or shoots, no good. Swenson blocked it. And Gaffney is going to just be dragged up the field by Charles. She's holding on, just trying to slow it up. Cleveland with control. Melby checks in now at beater. They're pushing, and as soon as they pushed on defense, Cleveland, Swenson just ripped a shot and threw that one way far. It was a good systemic movement by Cleveland there.
Hey, they're running the trees!
So now Lombardi once more brings it up. We'll see if they're able to do something different here against Melby and Podolski on the other side of things. And it looks like Beaton is just going to try and go in hard. Podolski beats Lombardi, and both falls on the ball. And Charles, a little miscommunication with Charles there before substitution, but Minneapolis figures it out. Devine in at keeper. To both. A catch by Podolski leaves Cleveland with only one beater. Lombardi blocks the pass, rather, recovers off a beat from Yates on Devine. and he'll take a substitution along with Yates and Beaton. And now Thompson and Melby are going to press. Gets it up to Gaffney, who dodges the beat. Gaffney, cross field. Thompson boxes out, gets it to Mosley, who's down the green once more. And now Mosley and Thompson up top, along with Diveston and then Gaffney. And Thompson really wanted that floater, no good, just completely blocked by Goulet. Ball falls to Divine on the far side here. Podolski and Melby pushing in, and Divine blocked by Thompson. And spin move, no good. Shot was low, it appeared, by Goulet. We're still at 185.60 as a really tall pass, unable to be handled by Goulet, and Thompson comes up with it. And Minneapolis is just going to high press. They really want that end zone turnover. And now Minneapolis backs off. Cleveland will be able to go again. And what was a quick series of catch and score for Minneapolis has stalled out just a tidge here as they're looking to get to 200. Cleveland keeping themselves alive for the time being, as Mosley really trying to look for that pick from Divison, but just floated it out there for Hutchman. Freeman working for it, no good, and Minneapolis comes away with it. Dangerous pass by Mosley there. The sun is out, making this field warmer and warmer as this game wears on. Minneapolis looking fairly casual here as they're setting up their offense. Goulet blocked by Brechting's throw. And Brechting's got a couple of those this Super Series. So Minneapolis will have to inbound its Voth on the way far side of the field there. And Voth just runs it in and tosses it back out. I think just trying to get through the contact there, and it was a bad throw. Podolski and Melby once more with control. Got a handle on Conard there while Brechting was guarding the quad ball.
Go, folks. Here we go.
It's interesting, we've seen both these teams are very willing to completely rotate through their beater pairs. Like they do not have complete like stagnant sets, rather. They're able to mix and match a lot. Brechting and Barnes have to throw it back as Mosley probing here, trying to get around Mosley, can't, or trying to get around Divine rather. Divison back to Hutchman at the top of the key. Minneapolis content to not pressure too high as Mosley passes it through the center of the hoops. No good as Goulet picks it up and decides to slow it up as Cleveland has beaters back. McDowell now in at beater. And Goulet. And that is another good goal for Minneapolis. 195.60. Goulet's shot good after Podolski clears Divison off the small hoop. And they were looking for that shot a couple of times this series, and it's either been that Thompson has blocked it, or that there was just some other body in the way that they could not get it to fall.
Watch their beaters.
Hutchman and Mosley at the top of the key. Aggressive play by Beaton as he threw the dodgeball back. The shot no good. And so Cleveland's gambit does not pay off, unfortunately, but they do maintain control. Goulet needs to inbound and bring it up now for the Monarchs. Goulet. Cleveland really compacted in their defense. They have control. Divine. Shot no good. They've managed to recover it. They've passed over. That's Schwartz. Schwartz's shot tipped, no good. I think Freeman on the tip there.
That's the stop right there.
My bad.
Keep them fighting.
And Minneapolis finally locates that third dodgeball.
There we go. Don't let them bully us. That's
Hey,
it.
they got a 2-2. You got a 2-2.
Riff on the attack once more. Goulet with some high pressure.
Slow it down. Slow it down.
Barnes keeps him honest. And Majeski sneaks in. Pass manages to get to Hutchman, who is blocked by Divine, who manages to keep it in bounds. They've got one goal to go. Divine's coming in with hustle. And Divine now stutters, steps up, knocked out of the hands of Goulet, and Freeman comes away with it. Freeman's going to go the other way. And Freeman, beat missed. And Freeman, good goal from Taylor Freeman. 195-70, and Cleveland is not going down without a fight. Looked to be blocked out of Joe Goulet's hands by Lacey Hutchman. Fell to Freeman, who wrestled with it for a while, got a handle on it at midfield, and took it all the way for the goal.
One left.
Minneapolis still looking for that final goal to end out the period and end the game. Obi back in at keeper. Back up top. It's Goulet. Guarded by Mosley. And Goulet's shot off the crossbar. OB's shot blocked by Freeman. A kick in, and it goes out of bounds. And it is a Minneapolis inbound. It looks like it went off a Cleveland player. As Schwartz will run it in. Gets hit, loses the ball. And Freeman manages to pick it up after that defensive hit on Schwartz. So Freeman will take a sub. Looks like he got the wind knocked out of him. So Cleveland with a couple of substitutions here. Gaffney running up the field to Lombardi now. Kozak in as well. Yates and Brechting at beater. Brechting dodges Dowell, beats Majeski. It's a no-beater situation. Gaffney to Kozak. Kozak gets around both. Kozak scores! And Cleveland showing some signs of life here in the latter half of the game. Another one for Cleveland, 195-80.
Joe now.
Obi now bringing it up slow for Minneapolis as Brechting is putting on the pressure. Now to Timmett, who's back in the game. They find Voth. Voth manages to get it off the ground. Voth to Gustafson to the goal. And that is it. Minneapolis wins it 205-280. Minneapolis getting their first win of this Super Series. And it extends their streak against Cleveland to 6. I'd like to thank you all very much for joining for this game, as both teams will take off the field for a much-needed break. Cleveland will then play next against Detroit. We will be starting our next game at 5:10 Eastern Time, so be sure to keep it locked here. And keep yourself locked to the MLQ YouTube channel by subscribing and hitting the bell. Join us later today at 6 p.m. for the Series of the Week between Boston and Washington, and later on at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, with Austin and San Antonio. You can also follow along with the scores, as well as play-by-play shooting and scoring, rather, play-by-play scoring on quadball.one. That's quadball.one. We're going to take a quick break, but keep it locked. Hello and welcome back to the North Super Series here in Novi, Michigan, outside of Detroit. Game 4 of the day will be starting here shortly as they're setting up the field. Detroit and Cleveland. Now the first game went Detroit's way in a big way, 155-10 in favor of Detroit. They really showed utter dominance, especially later on in the game. They're coming in here having rested a game off now. Cleveland just got done playing Minneapolis not too long ago, so they've got that benefit for them as well. Looking for a repeat performance. Cleveland, on the other hand, is looking for anything but. They've got to make some strategy adjustments here if they want to take on Detroit on both sides of the ball, both offensively and defensively. On offense, Cleveland is definitely going to need a new strategy because, frankly, they just could not get around Detroit's defense at all. They were unable to pass, they were unable to drive. The beaters were really locking it down. It was very difficult for them. On defense, Detroit's fast movement and good beater execution was able to get around Cleveland's defense a whole lot. So they're going to need to make some strategic adjustments. I'm interested to see what head coach Jack Mosley has in store here for us. Teams now taking their place on the field. Looks like a fairly similar starting lineup for Cleveland. It's Brechting and Connard at beater, along with Lombardi, Thompson, Hutchman, and Diveston in the chaser game. On the other side of things, starting at beater, Brodeur. And it looks like they are missing. Hang on. Oh, they're telling this guy that they can't see his headband. Excuse me. Anyways, both Leo and Ryder Freed in, as well as Glenn Pratt and Sowers. And then in at beater. Can't quite see the number, pardon me. One moment, please. I think that's Soldados, as well as Brodeur.
Let's go, Brady!
We're off. Thompson manages to get it and immediately get beat. Cleveland comes away with control. And our second game between the Detroit Innovators and Cleveland Riff is underway. Seems like the middle hoop has fallen over somehow. Detroit's going to go for it anyways. Pratt to Freed up top. Freed shakes around. Diveston breaks up the pass to Ryder Freed. Leo Freed driving in, backhands it to Sowers. Sowers gets around Thompson. Blocked through the hoop by Lombardi. Picked up by Freed again. So Detroit really knocking at the door here.
You got it, Brady. Get in there.
As Sviridov loses control, puts it through Connard's legs, and now Freed blocked a third time here. And Diveston, do they come up with it? They do. So now 3 attempts by Detroit, 3 denials by Cleveland, and now Cleveland will have a turn on offense to start this game. Our score 0-0. Lombardi protected by Brechting. He's looking for his options, spinning around, fakes, opens it up to Hutchman. Hutchman over to Thompson, snagged out of the air by Freed, trying to go back to, Thompson going back to Hutchman, and now Detroit go the other way, and they got control in the process. Pratt on the far side, running around, gets it to Ryder Freed. Freed scores, and that is our first goal for Detroit. 10-0. Lombardi at the top of the key for Cleveland.
Watch the shots. Watch the shots.
Detroit sideline warning to watch the shot after watching Lombardi score a couple long rangers. And he goes for it, blocked by Ryder Freed. And Detroit recovers. And Pratt will go the other direction.
Let's go, Chasers.
Zeradol pushing the pace here, trying to make a disruption, and Pratt will go coast to coast and put it through for Detroit, 20-0. So a couple of good goals for Detroit there, puts them into the lead. We'll see how Cleveland can answer. Lombardi over to Thompson, up to Hutchman, who gets beat immediately. Lombardi loses the handle on contact from Ryder Freed, who picks it up and he's going to go the other way. Long bounding strides, feed to Leo Freed. No good, beat before. Clutch beat by Cleveland there to save the goal on the fast break going the other direction, and Cleveland lives to fight another day. Lombardi bringing it up near side, Mosley in at beater along with Rachel Yates. Sowers. Ball goes over in the corner to Gaffney, picks it up, manages to skirt the beat somehow, gets it over to Thompson on the far side. Thompson breaks out of a tackle. Thompson, no good? How do you miss that? And now there's an advantage stoppage here. I am so confused how Thompson missed that goal. They touched it. I don't know. That's why you always put your elbow through the hoop, everyone. Referees conferencing now, not quite sure what the foul they're talking about is, or potential foul.
That's fine. I just wasn't expecting it. In the future, I'll be expecting it. No worries. I'm fine with that. 100%.
Anyways, it's Riley Hodder and Ryan Swanson in at beater for Detroit. They have control. And 33 play after beats. So apparently no, Gaffney did not dodge, or 23, excuse me, did not dodge that beat back in the corner. So that'll be a minute, or yeah, some time in the box for Gaffney, and we will go ahead and pick it back up with Detroit here. Freed on the ball. Pass on the far side to Pratt, who has the other Freed behind the hoops as an option. Goes back up top. Ryder Freed. Passes off, blocked by Jones, and off of a number of players and back in. So I don't know who we attribute that goal to. I think Leo Freed. I couldn't quite see who exactly it bounced off in the end, whether it was Cleveland or Detroit, but that was a goal for Detroit. Mosley trying to create things here as the pass is mishandled by Jones. Freed picks it up, going the other way. No one back, and Freed, easy goal. 40-0 Detroit, and they're starting to take control of this one. Lombardi will take a substitution for Twarowski, the other long shooter from the previous game. We'll see if they're able to do that at all. Detroit is playing in kind of a 2-2-ish zone. Twarowski Sideline's telling him to go slow. As Freeman receives the pass, tries to get it to Jones, knocked away. Pratt running forward. Pratt, just Twarowski to beat. Pratt, juke and dunk. And Detroit scores once more, 50-0. Twarowski now calling out a play for Cleveland, see if they can get something going on the offense. Smiley and Banis checked in for the beaters for Detroit. Jones on the far side. Banis and Mosley trade blows there. Mosley comes out away. Pratt handles the mishandled pass, and Ryder decides to hold up at the sidelines behest, and a windmill move. Glenn Pratt putting a goal through on the other side. A little bit of patience called out from the sideline allows Detroit to get themselves into position, and that Pratt goal leaves them at 60-0. Detroit fully in control. Iverson back in for Cleveland, and it's Brechting and Connor going up against Banis and Smiley. Gaffney at the top of the key. Jenny's son seeing some play time. Twarowski gets around them. Swatted away. Now Detroit has it. It's the tall line. Juanis, Marklin, and Massey. Detroit holding on to control for a little while now here, leaving Cleveland significantly weaker on defense as Sun takes the ball back to Juanis. Marklin, and Marklin, my gosh, what a wind-up to unfortunately miss that one. That was like, it was practically a shot put wind-up with the way that they were just kind of stepping a little, building the power. Referee's now talking here. I'm not sure what the call is. I didn't hear or see anything immediate.
Do we have the time, any chance?
Time is 8:45.
Thank you.
We're almost at 9 minutes of the game time now, and oh, they actually say that Marklin's shot went through.
Goal's good.
Goal is good. 70-0 now, Detroit. There were a lot of bodies in the way, so, you know, from my angle maybe it looked low, but that's why they're the referees. Twarowski now for Cleveland. Barnes checks in at beater as well. Banis and Smiley holding themselves higher in the zone. Brechting and Barnes as Twarowski has to shoot as he's beat. No good. And they'll do a stoppage because Twarowski's shot went way off field. Brechting did a great job of disrupting there. Got both Banis's and Smiley's balls on the ground and away from the hoops. Unfortunately, Banis recovered quickly enough. Was it Banis? One of them recovered quickly enough that they could beat Twarowski there. And now a physical stop call from Cleveland as Juanis passes it down to Massey. Oh my gosh, that pass was so tall, Massey didn't even need to jump. And that is another good goal for Detroit.
You're good if you want to. Next one, Lacey. Thank you, Rick. If you're tired, I'm off, okay?
80-0 now, Detroit in full control.
Okay, no, I couldn't agree. Okay. It's all right.
Oh, I covered it with, oh yeah, no, never mind.
Twarowski on the far side as a beat misses, and now Cleveland's on the back foot here A mishandled pass by Divison leads into Juanis' hands. Juanis going the other way. Snakes around Freeman, bounces it to Sun. Sun, goal! Juanis contorting himself to put in a pass to Jenny Sun, who handled it nicely to score once more for Detroit, 90-0. And the tenacity that we saw against Minneapolis from Cleveland seems to be a bit tamped down as Detroit is really putting it to them. Kozak checking in for Cleveland now, as well as Lombardi, Hutchman, Bannis and Smiley with control for Detroit. Bannis decides to throw. It's a clear call. Pass in and out of Hutchman's hands. Does she get it back? No. Sun picks it up. Now Sun and Kozak scrum for just a moment, then Smiley cleans it up. Kozak's out of there. Detroit ball. Knudsen now subbing in at beater for Detroit, as well as Ryan Sue. Juanis bringing the ball up center for Detroit.
Time is 11:22.
11 and a half minutes elapsed. Knudsen clearing a lane. Markland testing it. Juanis passes over to Sun. Sun around the corner. Sun. No good. The call was no goal. Was it low? Unclear why that goal was no good, but Cleveland manages to recover. Markland did get the rebound, but thought it was a good goal, so just threw it to Cleveland.
Time is 11:56.
12 minutes elapsed. Divison on the far side. Now to Lombardi. Lombardi didn't see Sue coming and just kind of tosses it. Divison recovers. Juanis manages to knock it out, and unfortunately that's Cleveland's ball, so Hutchman and Lombardi will have a chance to hustle back into the play, as well as Mosley in a beater. And so now Kozak is going to just throw it back to the midfield line, and Cleveland will be able to start anew. Lombardi flips Sun onto the ground via momentum, and now he'll fake. Using his beater as a leverage, Juanis gets the strip, falls to Sun. And now Massey's going the other way, no beaters in the play, and now Massey through contact scores. And it's an even 100 for Detroit, 0 Cleveland. You could hear the call from the Cleveland sideline to slow them down because the beaters were well out of position after the last play, and Detroit capitalized.
We have time, please. Time is 13:20. Thank you.
Sue throwing some high pressure. Gets Mosley out of the play. Lombardi thinks better of it. Bouncer to Kozak. Kozak, no good, and it goes to Juanis. Juanis is going to run to the left side. Gets wrapped, passes it off to Markland. Lombardi gets Juanis out. Markland's going to run in. Big hit on Kozak, and Markland score from the ground as Kozak is down for the moment. AT is coming forward, seeing if Kozak is okay. There's a big hit from Markland driving in, and a potential score from the ground. We'll get the official call from the referee. And we'll take a second here. The sun has been out for a little while now, and it has picked up heat on the field. Even just standing here, I can feel the turf cooking my feet and my shoes. So teams getting water now as Cleveland players attempt to hope that they are okay. Reminder that you can follow along with all the games from this weekend and anytime on quadball.one. You can see live score updates, see the live stream right from within the app. Check it out, it's pretty cool. Quadball.one, that's quadball.one. And it looks like Kozak is up. And he is being helped off, getting some water. Walking off under his own power. Happy to see it. We wish him very well. Hope that he is okay.
3 on 3 on 2, 1, 2. 3 on 3.
Moose and Jenny.
So now the players will retake themselves on the field. Tudor will be the substitute for Kozak after the injury stoppage. No conferencing from the referees that I saw, so I don't believe there was any foul on the contact. Markland did try to score from the ground, but I'm assuming that it did not go through based on how they're saying things here. Yes, no goal confirmed by our head referee, Alex Amadal. Ball is loose. Massey's going to go for it. Tudor on the defense. Massey gets around him. Massey to Markland, scoops it in, and that is another good goal for Detroit, 1-10-0. Cleveland could not get their defense shifted over quick enough. Detroit just kind of turned the corner, and that was it. And Markland kind of had a free go at the hoop there. Brechting with the lone, dodgeball for Cleveland, as Knudsen and Sue hold control for Detroit. Lombardi fakes to Hutchman, back to Lombardi. And Lombardi shot high, beat on the play also. And just a stoppage to get that far shot coming back in. I've been telling him we get one of those cricket berms. We can stop those far ones on the turf. It's just a lot of cricket berm approaches. I'm sure that has a name. Fleahy now in the game as well for Detroit, as Juanis brings up the ball. Potter and Swanson back in too. Cleveland with control after that last shift. Conard and Brechting playing it real close to the hoop. And that's Moulter on the far side. Moulter passing it up to Massey. Massey gets around Tudor. Massey, and it's an easy goal for Massey as no one could shift in replace. And it's a fast break, pardon my camera, as Joe Lombardi gets tackled by Juanis, gets tackled the second time by Juanis. Can he get the ball out? And now it's a call from our referee. Was Juanis fully behind Lombardi?
22, legal contact.
Illegal contact from behind, and so Juanis will take another trip to the box. I believe that's his second today. I think first yellow. I can't quite remember what the first foul was. I think an illegal swat. That would have been a blue card. Coach Kagan Madeline giving some encouraging words. And it looks like Lombardi's going to take a sub as well. So now Thompson donning the green, I think, for the first time today. And is he going to use his reset here? Unfortunately, we are a little in the way. The Detroit team is spectating in the way of the camera line. So Thompson's going to take it to the far side of the keeper zone and is going to try and run on Massey, and he does. And for the first time in this game, Cleveland scores 120-10. And they have stopped themselves from having a shutout once more.
Jay.
Just over 15 and a half minutes have elapsed. As Juanis passes over to Fleahy.
Together as a team.
Over to Moulter.
I like that, Riley.
Back up to Juanis. Guarded at the point by Thompson.
Get that tap in the front,
16 elapsed.
Open that up.
Moulter wants the option. And wrapped up by Thomas, and Thomas just steals it right out of Moulter's hands. Thomas is going the other way. Just Juanis to beat. Is hotter, throws their ball back. Thompson, and Juanis takes Thompson down, gets it out to Tudor, and Tudor's shot goes high. And what a defensive stand by Detroit. Juanes was locked in the entire way down, had Thompson dead to rights, took them down, and managed to escape with a bad shot from Tudor. And you know he wants that one back.
Jay, can I get a quick time?
So after that fast break, Detroit gets another try. Brodeur now subbed in with Swanson at beater for Detroit. Same type of situation here. Juanes and Malter on the other side of the field. Over to Fleahy. Fleahy down to Massey. Massey, big shot, no good. And is Juanes going to be able to save it? No! And Pete Brechting, while the ball is out of bounds, has been trying his darndest to get control and does. Great move there by Brechting as Gaffney on the other side of the field feeds it to Tudor, in and out of the hands of Tudor. Just a hard pass on the chest. Lots of defense there by Fleahy as well. So that's two close goals there that could have been that were not, unfortunately for Cleveland. Our score remains 120-10, Detroit in a comfortable lead. Love now checked in the game for Detroit.
18.
Fleahy gets beat, and now Thompson picks it up, one beater to beat rather, but Love wraps up Thompson at the top of the field, at the midfield point, excuse me. Now Twarowski goes off broom, and Malter falls on the ball. Thompson steals it away again. Thompson just trying his darndest here to hold on to it. Brechting giving them some help. And now Thompson, with no beater back, passed too high to Jones. The hoops were free. Jones, unfortunately, not at the hoops. And both Jones and Gaffney beat out behind. So some desperate defense there at the top, and desperate offense by Cleveland, able to get some chance, but unfortunately Jones a little too short for the pass. No, Jones was fine. The pass was too tall. Fleahy once more, now over to Love, near side. Love has help from Sue. Cleveland holding out of control with Barnes and Mosley, forcing Detroit to pass it around. And now Love's going to drive in. Love shoots and scores. 130-10. And Cleveland maintained control on that one. And we're at our countdown here, reaching the 20-minute mark as Cleveland brings it up once more. It's the 20-minute mark, and now Mosley trying to keep control, but Bannis is able to run after it. Barnes trying to help him. It's a no-beater offense and defense. Thompson to Divison. Divison shot no good. And Thompson, maybe too unselfish there, needed to drive in. And just at the end of play there, sorry it was happening on the other side of the field, but David Bannis managing to regain control with Brooks Smiley just before flag run around pitch at the 20-minute mark. And oof, that's gotta feel bad for Cleveland.
Come in. You got the stop. Listen, pay attention. Listen. Hey.
Home team Detroit Innovators huddling as the 20-minute timeout happens. They're feeling good about their chances right now with a 12-goal lead. On the other side of things, Cleveland probably needing to take a much different approach in this upcoming period of the game, flag runner on pitch, if they want any sort of movement in on the scoreboard. They've come close. They've had the opportunities. I think an unfortunate few missed passes, an unfortunate few defensive situations. Well, unfortunate for Cleveland. Detroit probably feels pretty good about them. And then finally, just some general unselfishness. I think someone maybe needs to go to Adam Thompson and say, be just a skosh more selfish there, just an iota more selfish. Cleveland is definitely going to have to play a little more aggressively as well and take advantage of these opportunities when no beaters are in the play. They really got to hope here that they can have some more time in the Seeker game. Starting Seeker for Detroit is number 28, Jenny Sun, and for Cleveland, number 6, Evelyn Diveston. Ryder Freed sub back in now, fast break on the other way, and was one person to beat Adam Thompson, and that was it. Freed's got a really fast stride that Cleveland couldn't match, and now they've got a no-beater situation here. As Smiley and Banis are trying to help their Seeker, Thompson unawares gets beat by Banis, who suddenly comes out of the Seeker game. And going the other way is Detroit. It's Freed to Love, and Love scores it in the medium hoop. Love with the high pressure now. And Thompson bringing it up for Cleveland. It's still no beaters. They should be able to score, right? Over to Hutchman. Got Freeman and Gaffney as well, but Freed once more is able to pick off the pass, block the beat, and Ryder Freed's got another one. Cleveland's attack, unfortunately, is all forward, no back, and they just can't match Freed's speed. $160-10 now. Thompson bringing it up slow, walking right in front of the beater and gets beat. I'm not sure that Thompson was paying attention. Malters picked it up and going the other way, and Malters scores it on her own. And the sideline is going nuts for number 4, Sarah Malter. And the Detroit Beaters have it completely locked down right now, and Cleveland is looking tired. Yates and Brechting now in for Cleveland as Freeman has it on the far side. Banis is going to go for the far beat, no good, and then Freeman gets beat as he goes to the ground, tackled by Freed. So Smiley Freed team up to clean that one up, and Detroit can go the other way. As Ryder gets around Gaffney and is beat. Gaffney's going to be able to pick it up. Gaffney, one beater to beat. Gaffney. And Gaffney decides to shoot on the near hoop where Freed was. Freed launches it downfield. Massey picks it up. Is he going to get around Freeman? No. Blocks the beat from Yates. One beater to beat. Pass to Love, blocked by Hutchman, and then comes into Lombardi's hands. Real trade of fast movement there. Kind of sloppy from both teams. Some questionable choices about where you're shooting. And now Detroit has Hodder and Swanson as the duo in once more. Lombardi passes off to Freeman. Freeman tucks the ball, tries to muscle through, wrapped up by Freed, and Freeman fights through and slams it through. And I think might have broken the hoop in the process. Freeman with half of Detroit's team on his back. And that is Cleveland's first goal in a little while. We're looking at 170-20 on our scoreboard now. Since Smiley and Banis subbing out, Swanson and Hodder have taken a little bit of a different tact. Cleveland has been getting a little more time with the flag runner. However, none of it uncontested. Although they may get some here now if Brechting can keep Diveston in play a little longer. Looks like the flag runner's going to do Detroit's job for them.
Jenny, sub now.
Freed over to Massey. Back to Freed. High pass down to Love. Back up to Massey. Kozak is on the defense. Big height advantage now for Detroit. Love gets around Freeman. And the first goal no good, but the second one good. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Tudor checks back in for Cleveland after that good goal from Detroit. 180 to 20.
Jenny, you have to sub now. Jenny, you have to sub now.
Cleveland with Lombardi up top. Detroit with control. It's Hodder and Swanson. Kozak looking for that pump. Feeds it to Jones off of Jones's hands. And so Detroit will be able to recover easily. And that truly has been the biggest struggle for Cleveland on offense, is completing these passes around the hoops. They cannot seem to finish. So Love bringing it up center now. And Sowers check back in for Detroit. Wanis now in at seeker for Detroit. Excuse me, pardon me. And Pratt receives the ball. Pratt's shot no good, it's high. Love one-hands it. Off pass to Freed, and then Freed was beat seemingly as Lombardi's going the other way, getting around Sowers. Lombardi goes all the way. A little bit confused why Freed's goal was not good. It looked good from here. Maybe he got beat. Beat before the attempt is telling me. So Cleveland not going down without a fight. 180 to 30. Sowers on the ball. Wanis getting plenty of time. He's got long arms with the flag.
Yep, that's fine.
It's Sviridov and Brodeur now in at beater for Detroit, as Brechting and Conard for Cleveland maintain control. Pratt trying to get around Jones. Pratt jukes Jones out, gets it over to Love. Love around Tudor. Love shot no good. Handled by Sowers. Jenny's son now back in at seeker for Detroit. And Pratt getting around Tudor. Tudor beat. Sowers gets out of the arms of Lombardi. Pratt shifting to the right arm, finishes. And that's another one for Detroit and the game. Detroit once more a decisive victory over Riff in this series. Now lead 2-0 and take the series against Riff.
Yeah.
It's getting hot, and Cleveland on a second game was unable to continue with the tenacity that they showed in the latter half of that Minneapolis game, and Detroit capitalized on the opportunity. Generous. I'd like to congratulate both teams on a hard-fought match, and congratulate the Detroit Innovators on their win. Keep it locked here on Major League Quadball's YouTube channel. Subscribe and ring the bell so you can see anytime we're going live. We will keep the stream live as we wait for our next game between Detroit and Minneapolis, which will be starting at 6:05 Eastern Time. Hello and welcome back to the North Super Series here in Novi, Michigan, outside of Detroit, where we are about to see a matchup between the Detroit Innovators and the Minneapolis Monarchs. This will be the second game of the day between these two teams, and their third overall, or excuse me, the fourth for Detroit. Fourth? Yes. The first matchup was close. The first game ended in a 125-60 score in favor of Detroit. An incredibly fast catch from Neil Patterson helped Detroit on what was an otherwise very close game to a victory. Lifetime, Minneapolis leads the series 11-1 in terms of all the matchups between these teams, and this is the first time that Detroit had beat Minneapolis since back in 2019. So big day for the program. We'll remember our standings in the North Division here. Detroit sitting in second place in the North Division. Minneapolis, having a later schedule here, came in at 0-3 in fourth place in the division. All of them, along with Cleveland, the third team in this series, looking to get a bid to Howard County and the MLQ Championship, Howard County, Maryland, August 17th. So if you're around, highly recommend you attend. And if you can't, keep it locked here on MLQ's YouTube channel. Our head referee, Alex Amadal, once more with the field setup. And the starting lineups are headed out onto the field. Take a look here in a moment to see who we have for each team. A little bit of moseying as they slowly get out there. Let's take a look at the Minneapolis side, starting at beater as they have been. It's Cody Narvison and Nadja Melby. They have been key for the successes so far with this team in this series. Melby, I should mention, plays for Boom Train in the USQ season, won a national championship last season. And in the chaser lineup, we've got Mike Devine in at keeper. Number 18, Addie Socek in at chaser, along with Anna Nelson, and rounding it out with Joe Goulet, who has been huge on offense for Minneapolis. On the Detroit side of things, starting keeper, that's Ashton Glenn, along with Leo Freed, Lindsay Smyers, and Brady Sowers in a chaser, and at beater, the national team development academy pair of Ryan Sue and Ray Brodeur. I expect another close game here. Detroit having just played a game against Cleveland, expending some energy on this hot turf. We'll see if they're tired at all as they face a now one-game rested Minneapolis. Looks like we're subbing out some equipment malfunction here, and we'll get started in a moment. And now our referee's getting into position. Detroit Innovators attacking left to right in the white and black kits with gold accents. Minneapolis attacking right to left in the purple and orange. And we'll get started shortly.
Minneapolis, are you ready? Rise up! Take flight! Detroit, are you ready? Gear up! Hammer down! Moves down! Ready! What's up?
And we are off. And Detroit gets to the quad ball first, and they get control. So all in favor for Detroit to start this game as Freed brings it up center for the first drive for the Innovators. Over to Smyers on the far side, back to Freed, to Glenn, Freed. Feed inside to Glenn. Beat before, no good. Freed with that rebound. And now they'll get another try, waiting for Glenn to get back into the play. Minneapolis with very patient defense as the ball goes way over to Sowers. Sowers, can he turn the... No, it's blocked. Addy Socek with the block there. And Minneapolis, defensive stand. Detroit with control. DeWine on the far side of the field with the ball. Now coming near side to Socek. Back to Devine. Socek again. Really making Sowers run all over the place here as they go down to Goulet. Goulet guarded closely by Freed. And he'll decide to run around back to the top, and Minneapolis will rotate their offense. Glenn wrapping up, feed miss, feed into Devine, backhanding score. Mike Devine for Minneapolis. First score of the game, 10-0. And some fast movement by Cody Narvison to get control for Minneapolis here. And looks like Ray Brodeur was able to get it back. It appeared that Ryan Sue was beat from Narvison, and then there was no call, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. So Detroit earns it back in quick order after Narvison's good hustle, as Freed on the far side looking to turn the corner, tries to go through the hoops, through the through the hoop area to Glenn. It pops back out to Freed and recovered by Minneapolis. Of course you want to get it through the hoops, but this one was intentionally a pass. Goulet now bringing it up center. And we saw this in the last game, and I think we're starting to see it again here. They're keeping their defenses pretty tight. The offense is very patient. It's a lot about positioning between these two teams. They've been teams that at times have played extremely evenly in the past, and it looks like we're seeing closer to that here. And just an absolute ripper of a shot from Goulet from a solid 15 yards out. And the ball comes back into Glenn, and there's no beaters back. Detroit looking for the opportunity. Glenn's gonna run right in, barely touched, and scores. Score 20-10 now, Detroit on the board. Seeing a little bit of faster play here after the more slowly paced Cleveland-Detroit game. It had flashes of speed, but the overall tone of the game was more muted than what we're seeing so far here. Devine, excuse me. Devine's the governor of Ohio. Up to Goulet. Goulet looks for his opportunity. Beaters out of the play. So Devine blocked by Freed. Oh my gosh, out of nowhere. Minneapolis picks it up though. Joe Goulet, unbelievable. One hands that, slams it home through so much traffic. Minneapolis putting on a show on offense. $30-10 now. Glenn up top, and Monarchs have gotten control again. And a mid-range floater from Ashton Glenn scores for Detroit once more, 30-20. And so now we've seen a long shot from both teams. We'll see if there's any defensive adjustment like Minneapolis did against Cleveland earlier today. OB in a keeper now for Monarchs, along with Schwartz, Gustafson, Zimmett, And Podolski and Schluter with control as beaters for Minneapolis. They're going against Banis and Smiley. Ball down to Zimmett, excuse me. To OB. Gets around Sowers. Driving in. Shot. Calmed by Freed. Both teams testing those defenses. Near side to Smyers now. Down to Sowers. And a really good hustle play by Podolski, forcing a bad swat by Sowers, and Minneapolis recovers. Great defense. Schwartz now bringing it up for Minneapolis. Pushes it down to Zimmett. Can't see behind Detroit's bench. Over to OB at the top of the key. OB dance. Over to Zimmett. Zimmett finding a hole through the defender's hands and scores. Ball's free, and Freed manages to pick it up. Minneapolis was looking to go the other way with it. And now Schluter winning the foot race against Smiley on the other side of the field for control. Schluter throwing the ball back. Podolski getting it and catches Banis's throw and runs back into the play. Gets the stop on a hit against Glenn. Freed beat on the other side of the field. Detroit somehow had managed to hold on to that, and now Obi's going to run for it on the other side and then slows up as he sees Banis with the lone ball back for Detroit. Podolski, what a hustle play, playing both sides. Pass from Schwartz to OB, looking to drive, thinks again. Over to Zimmett. OB. Into Gustafson, no good. Schwartz tried again, that was no good. Gustafson took a shot on that one, but they were up and running back. So now Freed bringing up the ball as an entirely new line comes in. Sue and Brodeur at beater. Got Butler, Markland, and Pratt in at chaser. Butler at keeper, excuse me, in the quad ball positions. Pratt over to Freed, blocks the hard beat from Podolski. Over to Luce. Oh, that's why you use two hands. But Freed dives in and finishes the play on the rebound. Remember, folks, always use two hands. Markland could have finished that immediately, but it was still a good play by Detroit. 40-30 now. Monarchs still in the lead. Gustafson bringing it up center, over to Zimmett. Really making Pratt run to OB. Sue and Brodeur get beater control here. And Minneapolis just really using their short passes to try and keep it away. And OB's just got to toss that one away. No offenders back in the play as Ryan Sue was going nuts, but loses control right at the end of that one. Over to Schluter and Podolski. Freed bringing it up now. Over to Butler for Detroit. And a Nelson check back in for Monarchs. Detroit rotating it to the far side, rotating the whole offense, keeping those angles. Freed testing it a little bit. Podolski keeping him honest. They'll put it back up to Butler. To Freed. Freed clear on that play, tries to pass to Markland, broken up by Zimmett. Markland beat, and Zimmett manages to keep it in bounds. They hustled hard there for the ball, and now Minneapolis goes on the offensive. OB here right in front of the camera with the ball.
Press out, press out. Yup, take that.
And the pass goes past, recovered by Nelson, and then Pratt able to strip it away, and Detroit gets it. Just a completely missed pass. I'm not sure where Zimmett was looking. So Detroit saves themselves one there.
Let's go, Detroit. We have two.
Butler over to Pratt. Back to Butler. They got freed at the hoop, but it's nothing doing as OB just completely shuts down the play. Blocked, rebound, and then back to them again. Detroit calling for the press, and OB is just going to have to launch that one. The offense was not ready to go yet, and Detroit was able to put the resources in place with the beaters so that Minneapolis just couldn't advance there. Sometimes you just got to throw it away. It stinks, but it saves you a fast break goal, or a turnover goal rather. It's hardly a fast break when they do it in your own zone.
11:35.
We're about 11 and a half minutes into the series as Goulet blocks the shot. Freed picks it up once again, and Freed now scoring for Detroit. 40 all. And what was a little bit of a Minneapolis lead has now since disappeared as both teams have scored 4.
Hey, you got 2 on defense.
One behind, one right.
Good stop there.
Stay back. I didn't cut in the middle. Too much space. Now you can.
Divine.
Middle side. There you go.
Yep, they want that side. Leo, look at the right side cut.
Goulet at the top of the key. Over to Divine now.
Overload on their side.
Now back to Goulet. Goulet testing Butler. Crosses body to Divine. Divine turns the route on Leo Freed and scores. 50-40. Detroit able to wrest control there. As Butler brings it up the field. Now at the top of the key. Protected by Sue. Fakes the handoff. Now over to Pratt. To Freed on the far side. Protected by Brodeur. Back up to Pratt. Back to Freed. Freed beat as he was trying to get it through that small hoop. Pretty close, but Minneapolis defense able to stop it. One hoop down after that defense. Freed passing up to Markland, scores! Markland using their height to handle it and slam it down. 50 all. Divine looking at the beaters being down, tries to get Goulet, and looks like Goulet is cramping up on an odd step there. We'll turn away just for a moment. Hope that he's all right. And he is hopping off the field. So Charles will come in and be the substitute for Goulet, or Goulet, excuse me. Hope that he's doing all right. So Minneapolis will have the ball on the far side. It's Divine. And Divine's just going to throw it away once more to save the potential fast break. As Ryan Sue doing his best to gain control. No good as Narvison's right there to scoop up one of the loose balls, and McDowell scooped up the other. Good effort by Detroit, but Monarchs had a better play. Butler now coming in to frame as they set it up once more. It's Vanis and Smiley again.
Not bad. Yeah, no problem.
And some high beating from Narveson, really putting the high pressure on. And Butler is going to launch it to Markland, broken up. That's Sam Schwartz. And Minneapolis will be able to come away with that one. It was really the beating of Narveson that put them on the back foot there, and they just kind of had to launch it. Once more for the Monarchs. Gustafson back in. Down to Socek, back up to Divine. Oh, and a tip just rimmed it out as Detroit falls on the ball. And excuse me, I think I attributed that block before. That was actually Socek on that block, not Schwartz. Unless there was a substitution I didn't see. Markland on the far side. Monarchs with control here. Narveson McDowell proven pretty effective. The trade. It leaves Monarchs protected as Kagan Madeline now into the game for the first time. Receives a pass from Freed but is immediately beat. And now the Monarchs will take some substitutions here. Detroit not looking to high press. Zimmett, Thomas, Podolski, Schluter back in for the Monarchs, and Divine will take a sub too as OB comes back in.
Table what time?
16:50.
Definitely long shifts for Detroit's chasers
Get there,
this series. Thomas getting around Markland to Gustafson to OB, who was beat. Didn't see Smiley coming out from the back. And now Freed is going to go on a run, going the other way. Gets inside Thomas to go back to her outside, knocking her down and scoring. 60-50 is our score. Detroit taking the lead.
Control's the name of the game. Make them bite way in the back.
Let's go. Moose, how you feeling? I'm good job.
Cody, I'm going yellow, so.
Obi bringing it up for Minneapolis now. Control's been pretty fluid, although I think I would give the edge to Detroit at this point.
Like Wango out there.
Obi helped by Podolski. Far side to Thomas, back to Obi. Zimmett.
We got two on defense.
Zimmett. Little dance on the far side. And really just waiting for their players to get back in the play here. And Thomas passed a little high, manages to recover, and then beat. So Markland will pick it up for Detroit. All that waiting, and then a couple more substitutions now for Detroit. Smyers and Glenn back in. And it looks like there's a stoppage for a
You have to like push it.
problem with the equipment. I think they seem to be leaning a little bit. Well, in any case, while that gets adjudicated, it's been an interesting game here, certainly. 60-50. Both teams playing in a very controlled manner, save for the couple of fast breaks that they've been able to eke out one way or another. The Detroit passing game has certainly helped them a lot on offense. I think the teams do match up on size pretty well overall. So they try to get those mismatches, like getting Markland on the medium-sized hoop to get those big dunks. And even then, it's only working some of the time. Minneapolis has had a great defensive presence here in this game. And it's very much reflected in the score.
Timeout, Monarchs!
And with that stoppage, or within this stoppage, the Monarchs are going to go ahead and take a timeout.
Time is
See what
18:41.
Thank you.
they can adjust here well into the game now.
18:41.
I'm saying I had the timeout.
Just under 19 minutes.
Kind of like ducking down.
Listen.
We'll see what strategies these teams will need to adjust to be able to continue scoring. Really, some of the sloppiness in the fast break zones for each of them is where they are having the biggest trouble, or at least where I think they could generate the most points from. They've had some good, for instance, Detroit has had some good movement getting freed the ball and having him bound up the field. And the same goes for Minneapolis. It's kind of been a group effort there. But there have been many opportunities where it's just kind of like you run into a beater, you throw a wild pass. It's, you know, it's not always pretty. Not that it needs to be pretty, but it's also not generating you any goals. That's an opportunity for both teams. We'll see if they're able to adjust anywhere in that. So we inch over close to the 20-minute mark and flag runner on pitch. And then that's a whole different ball game.
Time check, 18 something.
18:41.
So 18 3/4 minutes in.
That's one, baby.
60-50 our score as Detroit starts with the ball once more. It's Smyers on the near side. Smyers wants the offense to move.
Together, man. It's broke too far apart.
Detroit with control here. They're really trying to compress Minneapolis' defense as much as possible. Smiley and Banis really pushing Podolski around with positioning, not necessarily physicality. As Detroit's pace and offense is moving the ball around. Freed looking for opportunities. Spins around OB. Freed! A little push shot through the top hoop. 70-50, Detroit extends their lead. Quick beater battle on the other side of things, and Detroit comes out on top as Schluter's only able to get away with one. And now Minneapolis is regathering the offense to take up their next attack. Obi on the handle. Bounce pass to Zimet.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Far side,
5,
that's Nelson.
4, 3, 2,
Nelson back up to Obi.
20 minutes!
To Zimet. And Banis is able to get control for Detroit as Obi finishes out the period with a shot through the top hoop. Detroit managed to get control, but Minneapolis putting in one more goal, making it a one-score game as we head into our 20-minute stoppage. 70-60, Detroit in the lead. It's a tight game, and now everything changes. Now the strategies change. Detroit was very lucky with I don't want to say lucky. You know what? That diminishes the achievement. Neil Peterson is doing amazing this season, has 4 catches, and has caught them very quickly, including in the last game against Minneapolis. So that certainly was a boon to them. We'll see if he can do the same thing here. In a similar way, in the previous game against Cleveland, Devine had a pretty quick catch as well, which definitely helped them out. We'll see who's, with 2 quick seekers, we will see whose team is able to give them an opportunity first to be able to attempt a catch, because that's really what they're working with here. Whomever is able to get the first look is most likely going to be the one to catch. After this game's over, if you're feeling like a change, you can stay here on the MLQ Quadball channel on YouTube and check out the series of the week. Boston against Washington in the East Division, which is already underway. And later on this evening, Boston against San Antonio. Our 20-minute stoppage.
Hey, I recognize this guy.
Long time no see.
Long time no. How you been, huh?
Back to the field. Peterson.
Oh my goodness. Gosh. Are you going to Milwaukee?
Peterson and Devine. Two characters at Seeker. Can you really have a Seeker without character? I mean, truly. It's like an unwritten rule of the position.
Yeah, well, I teach, so I got my summer off, you know. Oh, you teach? Ah, yeah. Dude, I'm looking at it. I just graduated. You should absolutely, I will never tell anybody not to. Yeah? It is a great job. So Detroit will start with the ball in their own keeper zone. They have control with Sue and Brodeur, and Glenn has the ball for Detroit. So they're going to try and fast break it here. Glenn gets around Zimmett. Glenn pops it up over to Sowers. Just kind of a weird floater there. Sowers gets around Zimmett again. And a big pump fake and slams it home. 80-60. Obi with the ball as both teams trading beats, going back and forth. Peterson looking to defend while Monarchs are on offense.
All right, you're good, Neil. Go, Neil. Go, Neil. Go, Neil. Good, Neil. Go.
Now Peterson, excuse me, getting some time as Zimmett runs it around the far side here in the corner and in the backfield for the Monarchs.
Go, Neil. Go.
And they're waiting for their other chasers to get back in the play. Nelson running back in and getting a warning for delay of game. The pass up to Obi. Obi handled handily by Freed, and Freed's going to take the fast break going all the way. And another score for Detroit, 90-60.
Ryan, turn.
And a hard beat there on Melby, and they go down. Seemed to be some confusion about who had immunity from the Monarchs. So they'll get checked out, but they're okay. Set score 130. It was the beat from Sue that hit Melby hard. They went down. They're sitting up now, so the trainer tends to them. And the teams will leave the field for a moment to get a drink of water. This is hot out here, and this is a very evenly matched and hard-fought game between the two teams. That Detroit has now started to scoot into a greater lead. Minneapolis may be a little bit tired. I had heard tell that the crowd strike outage maybe affected flights and things.
But like
it's been a fairly even match as Melby is now up and walking under their own power. With the AT, we hope that they are all right. Teams will slowly get themselves back onto the field after that injury stoppage. It's been a fairly even match, as I was saying, between the two teams now. Note, this is the largest lead that either team has had the entire game. and really it is only to this point where they have been any more than 1 goal apart. I must say I'm eating my words a little bit from the Seeker game that neither Devine nor Peterson have been able to catch quickly, despite both being given time. So, hey, you know, anyone's game. On the right side of the screen, it's OB bringing it up for Monarchs as they also gain control, though Sue is trying his best to regain it. Nope, Monarchs keep it. As Zimmett over to OB, score! Another goal for Minneapolis, 90-70 now. As Devine is getting some amount of time with the flag. Now beat. And it was some great hustle by Narveson and McDowell. And oh, Sue! Some great work as Peterson gets some time with the flag. Zimmett on the defense as Detroit's shot is no good. Glenn scooting out of it and blocked at the point by OB. Freed. And now there was a contact there. And that appears that Anna Nelson is down for but a moment. We'll see how they are.
We're at 100, correct?
That should be another one. That should be 10-7.
That is one? Yeah. And yes, it just happened right.
Thank you.
All right, off and running under their own power. Wish them well. Replaced by Sam Schwartz now. That goal was good, 100-70. And it looks like we have yet another equipment malfunction after some hard play at the hoop.
I watched 2 of me getting drafted, went woo, and then stopped watching.
As they replace that equipment now, the team's having some friendly banter back and forth. Devine recounting how he's got to score some points for his fantasy GM, of which none of us know who that is. There seemed to be a lot of consternation right at the end of that last play between both teams. I'm not quite sure what they were yelling about. I know that Zimmett kind of got their hand hooked on Glenn's broom, which you're not really supposed to do. And then Freed had run into Nelson on that goal. And now we're remounting and back in the play. Set score 130. The catch will win it here for Detroit as Peterson getting some more alone time. Just kidding, Narveson sends him back to hoops. Obi on the far side. Pass far downfield to Zimmett. Juke one twice. Pump fake, score. Zimmett through the top hoop.
Sorry, 1 second.
And another stoppage here.
I think that scoreboard is incorrect.
We have a stoppage here for what appears to be maybe a scoreboard malfunction. We're getting this checked out.
Yeah, we can watch the stream back to chat.
Apologies that we're having so many equipment malfunctions in a short amount of time. Thank you for bearing with us. You know how it is.
Yeah, why were you helping him out? I hate bad flag running. It makes me so mad. No offense. You were there too. Come on. I don't know.
So I think we've got ourselves situated here. 180 indeed. The set score at 130. Detroit just 30 away for a second victory of the day over Minneapolis. And Everson and Sue really trying to get it there, and Brodeur able to hustle and get control for Detroit here, giving Peterson some more time with the flag runner as Glenn brings it up for Detroit. Sowers, who's now in the game, now to Freed, back to Sowers. defended by Zimmett.
50, back to hoops. 50, back to hoops. Both feet.
And it looks like a little odd exchange there. I think it was just incidental contact as Minneapolis comes away with it. Zimmett on the far side. And let me tell you, Ben Zimmett, they have been putting in the work this game. Playing huge minutes. And it looks like Peterson has a catch. Detroit giving the spirit fingers. We'll see if this one stands. If so, that'll be a win. And it is 135-80 Detroit, winning their second of the day against Minneapolis, and the first time they've taken a series against Minneapolis. At home, in the sun, and 2 wins in, they've got to be feeling pretty good. Our next game will be starting at 7 o'clock, so keep it locked here on the Major League Quadball YouTube channel. Remember to subscribe and hit the bell so you can see when series are live all throughout the rest of the summer. Minneapolis will have a matchup in the coming weeks here, August 3rd against Toronto. And then join us, please, August 17th through 19th, Howard County, Maryland, the MLQ Championships. If you can't join us in person, join us online. Getting the official final whistle there because I think maybe they had forgotten before, but that is indeed the end of it. I'd like to thank you very much for watching. Keep it live. At 7 o'clock, we will start our next game. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to our last game of the day for day one of the North Super Series here in Novi, Michigan, outside of Detroit. The home team just scored their second win against Minneapolis, and now Minneapolis will turn around and play Cleveland Riff for the last game of the day. It has been a difficult day for Riff, to be sure. They have been, well, suffice it to say, they have not scored as many goals as their opponents have. They have lost their last several games, and they're looking to turn it around here. With the win by Detroit against Minneapolis on that last, in that last game, they have qualified for championships. Very exciting for them. Meanwhile, this is pretty much must win if Riff is to have any hope whatsoever of being able to qualify. And even then, a whiff of a hope. Our head referee, Alex Amadal, is setting up our field. We'll get underway shortly. The shadows are growing long. It's cooling down a little bit as we reach the latter part of the day. Just one more to go here at the North Super Series Day 1. Both teams on the line. Cleveland Riff attacking left to right in the more muted purple and gray. Monarchs attacking right to left in the more vibrant purple and orange. The first series ended with the first game of the series ended with a Minneapolis win, so we'll see how Cleveland is able to handle it this time. Minneapolis just came off a hard-fought game against Detroit, so we'll see if they still have legs under them. And we are off. Thompson getting there first, throwing it back. And Cleveland, once again, I think every time that they've had a run up today, Cleveland has been able to get dodgeball control as Conrad and Brechting are starting once more for Riff. The ball over to Freeman, and Freeman spinning around the defenders and scores. And Riff scoring first, 10-0. You'll remember our last game between these two teams. It was a slow one, with Riff getting a couple goals, Minneapolis getting a couple goals, before Minneapolis broke it wide open later on in the game. So we'll see what we have here. Charles to Zimmett, who has been playing huge minutes for Minneapolis this weekend with absences of players like Max Myers and Emma Persons. Back to Charles, fake. Cleveland wants the press, blocked by Freeman was the shot. Minneapolis, it's Voth, running around the outside, stripped of the ball, and then Charles is beat, and that was an advantage call there. We'll see what foul was adjudicated.
Contact from behind.
Illegal contact on number 7, Taylor Freeman. So Freeman will take a trip to the box. And the ball will be turned over to Minneapolis. And let's see who that's going to go to. I think it's Voth. So Voth's got a work cut out for her here as Conrad is on the defense, as well as Divison, and then passes over to Zimmett, who gets beat immediately, and now Riff, a defensive stand, is headed up the field. Thompson dodges the beat. It was just a little too short. Thompson's going to run around, and Thompson over Zimmett's head. Thompson scores 20-0, and I think this is the largest lead that Cleveland has had all weekend long. Charles bringing it up now for Minneapolis as Brechting and Conrad holding on to control for Cleveland. Charles flips it over the top to Voth. Voth's going to drive in. Shot no good to Zimmett. Shot good. Ben Zimmett, they've got another one. The last series had a lot of tenacity for Cleveland. The last game, rather, ended 205-80. It's the most points that Cleveland has put up this weekend thus far. Let's see if they can beat it here. Barnes now checked in at beater for Cleveland. Schluter and Majeski on the other side of it at beater. Thompson over to Gaffney. Gaffney blocked by Zimmett, recovered by Charles. And I think that's exactly the look that Cleveland wants. Gaffney's dangerous with the ball in her hands. They just haven't been able to get it to her a lot this weekend.
Watch 39!
Zimmett gets around the pick from Charles. Another block from Pete Brechting at beater. That's got to be at least 3 today. Throwing the ball to get the quad ball out of the air. And a late throw by Thompson means that it'll be a turnover, which is extraordinarily unfortunate for Cleveland, as that ball will go to Ben Zimmett. And Diviston's really got to get back fast, and unfortunately wasn't able to. Zimmett scores once more for Minneapolis, 20 all. It was a big hard throw by Mosley to try and get that, but Zimmett saw it.
One more. Just get that control back.
It's a shame that Cleveland has been without some of their beaters, such as Aaron Oler and Claire Shuey. They would definitely help, and maybe Mosley could have played in the quad ball game some more. And Freeman muscling through, backing into, and then getting the ball through both arms for another score, 30-20. And we're starting to see some life out of Cleveland.
Wait, that was already 2. Oh, get another one. Get one more goal. Come on. 3 more.
Obi now checked in for Monarchs, as well as Socek. Pass down to Voth. Guarded by Freeman, comes back up. Schluter getting the badgering Mosley out of his way. The Monarchs really clearing a lane here with their control. Obi, Zimmett. Zimmett pumps, Zimmett shoots. Another one. And now they remember exactly what Adam Thompson and Joe Lombardi were doing to them last game, which was putting in some high-quality long shots, and they switched defenses. We'll see if Cleveland's able to do the same thing here, as Minneapolis already has a couple. 30-30. Lombardi blocked the beat, but lost the handle on the ball as Obi picks it up, going the other way. Just Lombardi to beat, and does. No good. It was a beat before. Incredible. Last second beat by Cleveland, able to stop that one.
Here we go. Let's pick it up just like this.
And Cleveland is in this. Monarchs playing a methodical game. Podolski and McDowell now in for Monarchs with control.
That's my baby.
Lombardi bringing it near side. Got Jones and Hutchman as well as Freeman. Lombardi just kind of walking it in. Lombardi to Freeman. And he does it again. Freeman's got a hat trick. And with no beaters, Obi's going to run it up. It's got to be a physical stop for Cleveland here, as Voth mishandles the pass and Monarchs can't score. Another shot gone. Obi picks up the second rebound rather. And it looks like Lombardi collided with Sam Schwartz there, and Schwartz is on the ground for a moment. Get checked out by the athletic trainer. They're already sitting up. Referees conferencing about that one, didn't quite see the contact.
Oh.
40-30, Cleveland in the lead. And Schwartz is up and walking off under her own power. Here to be replaced by Anna Nelson. Referees still conferencing after that one, and now they break.
Fouls on the
2
play.
fouls on the play.
Illegal, Cleveland, number 7, illegal contact. Contact on a player without a ball. Yellow card.
And that is contact on a player without a ball on Freeman. And then the second call is contact on a player without a ball. Okay. So 2 in a row once more, and Minneapolis will have the double power play. And that means they have to shift it to Hutchman wearing the green.
It'll be 7 first and then 19.
7 first and 19, got it.
If they score, only you're out. Yep, I heard.
So Freeman will be the first, as they were the first to commit the foul, and then Lombardi will follow. The double power play from Minneapolis. I mean, they got to score here, right? It's just Hutchman and Jones on the defense.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yates without a ball.
You guys are good.
And
Get back in there.
the quad ball will start with Nelson in the corner here.
On my whistle.
So Nelson's going to run in. Jones and Hutchman completely boxed out, and so now Riff will return to fuller, but not totally full strength.
There you go, AC.
And Mosley working hard to get control back as Jones, Hutchman, and Freeman coming up the field the other way, and Freeman throws the ball too late. That'll be a turnover back to Minneapolis.
Time check on the foul is 36 seconds.
So now OB will take it after the turnover from the late throw from Freeman running the other way, and OB, woo, little windmill move on Freeman, and you got to take a sub after that one, if not for your pride. All right, so Freeman will sub out for Gaffney as Cleveland slow walks it, and Tworowski gets himself in keeper position, as it is now 50-40. Monarchs have retaken the lead. Tworowski sending positions, and Minneapolis remembers this line now. They've got their zone defense now. They've kind of had it for a little bit, but you got to have it now. Over to Tworowski. Podolski's going to pressure. Brechting disrupts it. Lombardi. Jones is out. Lombardi didn't see it, and that's a turnover out of bounds. Back to Minneapolis. Unfortunate play there. And Monarchs have control. It's Podolski and McDowell. Devine checks in. Devine directing how he wants people to be. A little collision between Tworowski and Devine. Obi Danson looking for their options. Devine once more near side. It's got Gustafson in the back. Over to Nelson. And Nelson kind of loses the handle, and Lombardi picks it up. And a couple pump fakes there. And Tworowski a little bit slow to figure out that there's no beaters, and too late. Cleveland misses the opportunity. Tudor now checked in as well for Cleveland. First time this game. Cleveland with control, Brechting and Connard. Minneapolis really does not want any sort of long-range shots, and that's how Tworowski's been scoring a lot of goals this season. Just puts it over the top of the medium hoop, but out of Jones's hands, and that'll go out of bounds. Minneapolis ball. Connard manages to maintain control there. Now Podolski comes in hot, beats Connard, and now Podolski and McDowell manage to get back control as Devine's going to come in. No beaters on the play. Devine gets through Gaffney, gets through Tworowski, and slams it home. Another goal for Minneapolis, 60-40. And we talked about that size matchup in games earlier today. Cleveland easily the smallest team here out of the three. Minneapolis definitely has a lot more size and can definitely afford to be a lot more physical in their drives, as we've seen. Whereas really the only person who's driving hard for Cleveland has been Thompson, and even then only sometimes. Great movement by Brechting there to maintain control. Ball launched up to Jones, gets past, goes to Tudor. Tudor gets pulled out of bounds by Devine. And Cleveland sideline calling their defenders back just to get back into position as Devine saves the play there on defense by dragging Tudor out of bounds. Charles back in a keeper. Thomas on the far side as well now for Minneapolis. Cleveland with control. Torowski, interception. Devine kind of telegraphed that he wanted it right back, and now he's going to sit on the route. Devine swats the ball. Torowski's going to drive in, and a stoppage there. Right when Torowski is at the hoops. I'm not sure what the stoppage was for. Stopping the fast break unless there was some kind of foul. That's gotta stink if you're Dominic Torowski here. You got the momentum, you're headed in.
Cleveland bench, unsporting conduct, making ref calls. Blue card.
And it looks like the Cleveland bench, in fact, has received a call. So someone on the field for Cleveland's going to have to take the card.
Coach, pick a player to go in the box, please.
Using a referee directive. Remember to keep your sidelines silent. So Divesson will take the team penalty. As Cleveland manages to score it here. So even on that power play, Torowski manages to score it. I mean, they were already pretty close to the hoops anyways. 50-60 now. Minneapolis still with the 1-goal lead.
10, 9, 8,
as Narveson comes in, holding control with Podolski for the Monarchs.
2, 1. You're good.
Charles at the top of the key. Zimmett also checked in now. Charles rings it in. 70-50 Minneapolis. Thompson now back into the game for Cleveland, as well as Barnes. Cleveland's quietly getting themselves set up. Looks like all the Cleveland beaters are down, and that was just enough. Feed inside to Freeman, and it's another goal for Taylor Freeman. 70-60, and Charles is going the other way. A little bit of traffic. Charles to Zimmett. Zimmett scores. And just as quickly answered by Minneapolis, 80-60. Thompson bringing it up now for Cleveland. Waiting for Mosley to get back into play after being beat. Narveson giving the Cleveland beaters, Narveson and Podolski really, giving the Cleveland beaters a difficult time. Gaffney, big toss over the top, completely misses Freeman, who gets beat, and that'll be out of bounds, inbounded by Minneapolis.
Time is 13:38.
13 and a half minutes elapsed in the period. Mosley and Barnes managed to recover on that one. Control, rather. Zimmett saying, get in the box. Passes down to Charles in the corner there. Up to Zimmett. Charles. Gustafson. Shot is good. Gustafson just pulls back and rips one. Another goal for Minneapolis. That's the largest lead of the game. 90-60. Cleveland wary of the Minneapolis press as Thompson's going to run in, and Thompson shot no good as they take the beat and allows Cleveland to get back on defense. Mosley able to get a ball back. Nope. Schluter ran it down, launched it off the field, and so Cleveland is going to be beaterless for the moment here. Zimmett's going to run it up. It's got to be a physical stop for Cleveland. The rodeo call to Charles. Gets around Hutchman. Charles shoots and scores. And it was all Mosley could do to get back just at that moment, but too late. 160, and now Minneapolis is starting to turn the tide.
Beaters are coming.
Yates and Brechting now checking in at beater for Cleveland, going up against Schluter and Narveson.
Good, Adam. You got the short help too.
They really liked Freeman on that short hoop today. We'll see if they do it again. Thompson, weird launch, trying to dodge a beat as Brechting manages to get himself back in the play, but unfortunately Charles goes the other way and scores? No? Looks like no good call from our head referee. And that'll be an inbound from Cleveland. I guess no score from Minneapolis. Thompson will finally take a sub. And Brechting managed to get control back for his team on that play, but Charles ran the opposite way. Got away from the beaters and almost converted to the score. Now Brechting's going to get big and try and 1.5 on Narveson. Lombardi pass broken up by Charles and gets eventually back to Minneapolis. They were looking for Freeman on that short hoop once more. That seemed to be working for them well. Obi and Socek now in for the Monarchs.
Time is 16:55.
Pass down to Socek. Up to Obi. Beaters exchanging. Now Brechting's going to press. Down to Socek. Beat. Thomas with quick moves to get it to Zimmett, who slaps it right back to avoid the beater. Thomas still gets it back out to Zimmett, and Zimmett puts it back up to OB. Yates creating a great perimeter at the center of the hoops there. Obi dodges the beat. And Zimmett's shot, no good. Diveston dives on it.
There we go! There we go!
Diveston's on it? I'm so sorry. Some good defensive movement by Cleveland here as Schluter knocks the ball directly out of Lombardi's hand. And that was an over and back, I think, on Lombardi. So Schluter gets 2 for 1 with that one, really. And unfortunately, the closest chaser is all the way back, OB at their own keeper zone. So now they're going to run it forward, trying to get some quick movement as Mosley goes after the beater and lost track of the ball. And that's one that you can't get back. 110-60 now.
Let's go, Cleveland. Get them cooking. That's trees. That's trees. Clear.
Clear, Mosley clear on the throw from Narveson, and Lombardi's shot just off the top of the rim. Mosley managed to get Narveson out of the play, but Cleveland was unable to convert.
Time is 18:47.
We're just shy of 19 minutes elapsed in the period before our 20-minute stoppage. Thomas bringing the ball up for Monarchs. Over to Zimmett, down to Obi. Back up to Zimmett.
Mark up, there we go, there we go.
Zimmett's going to run around the top switch field. Over to Obi. Passes. Back to Zimmett. And they kill, waiting to get their beaters back in the play here. Schluter and Narveson with control. Mosley, the lone hot beater back. Beater with the ball. He's a good-looking guy, too.
19:30.
Cross play, cross play.
And some real heat on it. A quick pass to Adi Socek. And they just throw it right through that small hoop. I don't think Cleveland was expecting a long shot. Mid-range shot.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 20 minutes!
And this is last possession now. Cleveland has it. Lombardi protected by Mosley on the far side. Gaffney wanted the pick. They didn't go. Jones and Tudor, they're really looking to get those wing passes. They really want that cut. Unfortunately, it's kind of leaving them without a lot of pass options, as they're pretty close to the defenders. And Lombardi's just going to shoot, and he's got it! And what a way to end the period. 120-70 our score going into the 20-minute stoppage, going into flag runner on pitch. I think Monarchs have control at the end there, didn't quite glimpse it before the teams broke. And this has been the strongest showing by far today for Cleveland. The Monarchs did allow 80 in a game earlier today. However, it was really a short amount of scoring and then a little more scoring at the end of the game. This has been fairly consistent for Cleveland. Monarchs have just been a little more consistent and have capitalized a little more on fast breaks. We've seen all day that has been a problem for Cleveland, that they have been unable to get their beaters back in position in time usually by superior beating from the other team and long throws off pitch that they need to run down. And those transition goals are really what's making the difference here between these two teams. Taylor Freeman having a heck of a game for himself. He's got a lot of, I think 4 or 5. Don't quite have the tally here. Doing quite well after being relatively quiet the earlier games in this series. Meanwhile, it's been very much a team effort on the other side of the ball from Minneapolis. You're seeing scoring from all sorts of people. I think Voth had one. Devine, Socek, Nelson, Obi, Zimmett. It's coming from all over. I think there was a bit of a conversation before this weekend about, without some of the top scorers from Minneapolis in Meyer in person, who's going to step up? And I think, who was it all? I think Brassard is also not here. And it looks like they have answered that question by having a complete team effort. No single person is totally putting this game on their back. And that's making all the difference here right now.
Aaron, this side is a double calf crab. Detroit.
I'm gonna.
Looks like we had an assistant referee substitution after a small referee cramping moment. Thompson now in the yellow headband for Cleveland. Devine in the yellow headband for Minneapolis.
Hello, I'm Mike. I'm Adam. Nice to meet you, Adam. How you doing?
Characters again.
Current score is 120-70. Set score is 180.
Set score 180. Minneapolis up 120-70, and they have the ball as our Seekers get their 10-second countdown. Obi on the far side. McDowell ready to beat Thompson immediately. Warm up with a little standing backflip, you know. Swenson now in the game for Monarchs as trading some passing over to Obi with Schwartz. Obi on the far side. Divine getting some time as Narveson and McDowell not leaving any room for Thompson to get in there. Both pass. And it looks like Divine got it.
I can't backflip.
Another quick catch by Divine.
I got a somersault.
We'll see what the referees say here after the catch.
Cartwheel.
I'm about to cramp like them, so no.
Old man.
Everyone from the sidelines asking Divine, hey, can you do a backflip? How about a cartwheel or a handstand? He says, nah.
Catch is good.
And the catch for Minneapolis is good, putting our score at 155-70. And with a very quick catch there, Minneapolis is 3 away from putting this one away. Riff 1 goal away from meeting their high water mark on the weekend of 80 against Minneapolis in Game 1. They've got a lot of work to do here. As Minneapolis right at the hoop, Sam Schwartz with a goal. Cleveland now running some substitutions. Brechting and Barnes in at beater. Monarchs been holding control for a bit here. Lombardi going to the far side, fakes a handoff with Gaffney. They're really looking for that cut for Jones or Tudor. Gaffney over to Tudor. Tudor's shot too low, and it goes over the back line, or the midline rather. So that'll be unfortunately, a turnover. Obi really trying to get ahead as much as possible to be the closest player to it. And with Brechting as the lone beater back, Obi will slow it up, allow Minneapolis to get themselves into place. Schwartz. Obi. Obi passes it down to the corner to Swenson. Back to Schwartz. They're taking their time with team passing here, trying to get some setup. What are they looking for? Apparently that was it. Swenson through the top hoop. No? Side judge is calling it no good. Had a better angle on it. No good between the hoops. And so Minneapolis, OB manages to get on the other end of that, and they'll get a second attempt now.
Andrew, you got one behind you.
I think that's the look that they were hoping for. Get it to Swenson on the angle. Swenson back to OB. They got a size mismatch, Swenson and Jones. They do have Brechting. Cleveland does have Brechting right there, so it's got to be bang bang if they're going to get that goal on that way. And they were looking for it. Clap didn't come. OB driving in over the top to Swenson, who handles it. Stiff arms Tudor to get away. And gets the ball back up to Schwartz as Barnes and Brechting doing their best to be able to ooh, and it looks like Barnes has gone down here. I think that was I'm not sure if that was a contact foul or just a misstep. We'll see. Really came after incredible beater play from both Barnes and Brechting. Keeping Minneapolis on the back foot there, set several of their chasers back to hoops so that they had more time to regroup on the defense as Minneapolis had attempted to score again. And then really were putting the pressure on so that the drive would not work for Minneapolis. They'd have to pass around. And once we have the clear shot, we can show you that Cecilia Both has it on the left side of the hoops. Players will go ahead and leave their rooms for the moment here, get some water. It is still warm out here, though it's cooled down considerably as the sun is setting. You can see the shadows getting long on the field. This has been a very good showing for Cleveland, all things considered. This is easily the best game that they have played today. The team is looking more cohesive, firing on all cylinders. For a while there, they were going shot for shot with Minneapolis, where Minneapolis started to pull away right around the 50-60 point mark. Minneapolis, as I was saying earlier, very much a team effort as Barnes is up and being helped off. Hope that they are okay. So Barnes will be checked out by the athletic trainer. It's a full contact sport. We hope to, you know, keep our players as safe as possible, and there's medical staff at every single game. So our players will retake the field, as I was explaining earlier, and now have the shot to show you once they get into position. Cecilia Voth will have the ball on the left side. Lost the room for a second there, it's all right. So the Monarchs, they do have their setup. Obi and Schwartz are able to get back into the play. They still have Swenson way back by the Monarchs hoops, and Yates is the only armed beater right now, with Brechting with one at the center for Cleveland. So Voth is going to try and get around Jones, can't quite do it, and protection there, and Cleveland gets a good defense.
Taylor. Next one.
Here we go, folks. Here we go.
Cleveland looking for more goals here on offense, aren't we all? Lombardi with Gaffney. They're protected by Brechting and Yates. Brechting able to get the ball away from Narveson, creating chaos. Lombardi can drive. Lombardi's driving in, and a backhander. No, that one didn't go. Missed the hoop somehow. And Minneapolis comes away with the rebound as Swenson gives Obi a little breathing room coming up the field. Pass over to Nelson. Seeing their first minutes, it's number 10 in this game. That's Maya Shrestha in the back there. Swenson and Obi on the far side. Back to Obi. Cleveland really doesn't want a shot here. Nelson. Obi, and Lombardi's got Obi wrapped up. Now they spin out of it. Obi driving in, and no good over the top of the top hoop. Lombardi comes away with it. And that's another good defensive stop by Cleveland. And Cleveland will take a lot of substitutions here. A shorter roster, a super series. These players have got to be gassed. Mosley in now at beater with Yates. Taking on McDowell and Narveson, who have control. And Narveson just throwing as much as he can at the top of the key. Divison completely miscommunicates with Freeman, and that'll be a missed opportunity there as the beaters were down.
Another stop. We got him on lock. Let's go.
So Minneapolis will bring it the other way. Just a couple more to meet 180.
You got this, Rachel.
Shrestha on the far side. Back up to OB. Majeski now in at beater for Monarchs as well. Swenson gets Swarovski to jump, passes to Nelson. Mosley runs out, and Riff doing a pretty good job of keeping Minneapolis on the perimeter here. Minneapolis, a patient offense as always. Speed miss by Mosley, and OB will take the opportunity to run in and score. And they've been huge for this team late in the game. 175-70 now. Set score 180.
Play it slow, let your beaters get it.
So it's one more goal to win for Minneapolis. Cleveland, 10. Borowski bringing it up. Has Hutchman with him. Protected by Mosley, who now has Conard in at beater. And a feed to Freeman through the top hoop. He scores. 175-80, and Cleveland, after a little drought there, is able to score once more.
Let's go, set it up, set it up.
Will be once more. Last one for Minneapolis to go 2-0 and win the series against Cleveland. Swenson. And Mosley's running all over the place to try and clear players out. And with no beater back, switch to Swenson and score! And just a quick move and check to see how far Mosley was off the pitch before driving in and giving it to Swenson for the final score. And that will end the North Super Series, Day 1 here in Novi, Michigan, outside of Detroit, where the home team Detroit goes lossless. Minneapolis defeats Cleveland but loses to Detroit and Cleveland. I think with that, I'm not sure that I don't have the math right in front of me, but with all certainty locks them out of the playoffs. I'd like to thank you very much for joining us all day long here on the Major League Quadball YouTube channel. Please make sure to like and subscribe and ring the bell so that you can tune in for tomorrow as we finish out our series on Day 2. Thank you all so very much for watching. We appreciate you greatly. My name is Matt Dwyer, and we will see you tomorrow.